Hello, everyone. Welcome to the debut episode of the LVX Files. I'm your host, Sean, and with me is one of my most favorite people in the entire world, musician, magician, author, Frater R.C. How you doing?
Thanks for having me. I'm
Yeah.
good. And like I said, it's good to see you again. And
Absolutely.
yeah, I mean, we didn't get to talk long enough last time.
So we went for 5.5 hours last time. So I guess what are we going to do this time? 8 hours, 9 hours?
Yeah.
10 maybe?
Obviously, an all-nighter.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Well, I got the wine, so I'm good. I'm good till 3, 4 in the morning. Although at that
Lucky
point,
bastard.
I won't remember half of the interview, which is fine.
No, don't.
It's probably
Yeah, that's fine. I try not to remember any of the interviews I conduct as a
Do you
matter
ever
of
listen to them?
practice. Oh God, no,
No.
I don't. I know I don't know why people are surprised to hear that, but partly it's like you're so busy doing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's also once you've had the conversation, I mean, there's some things worth going back and checking. Like if I had a little gnome in the corner, they'd be cutting out the interesting clips and making a clips channel or something. Because my guests say often very brilliant things that I would love to snip it out, but to listen through again for that time, I guess, especially given the size of the audience, I mean, people who are really into this stuff are going to they actually listen to the whole 2-3 hour interview anyway. And some of them listen to it twice.
Yeah.
Some of them always listen to it twice, which is crazy, but it makes sense because there's so much good information coming out in the process of it.
You're so like I said, you're the host of Magic Without Fears podcast, which is my favorite podcast, and you have some really good people on there, and they're definitely it's like listening to a really good book where you definitely want to, like, I've listened to your episodes more than once just because there's so much good information in there. I have no intention of listening to any of mine. Like I'm not going to edit them because that means I'm going to have to listen to my voice, which is not good.
Yeah,
So
that's how I feel.
so you're getting it raw and uncut, and I mean everyone likes it raw and uncut anyway, so there you go. So
There you
yeah,
go.
no, once I hit stop recording, it gets uploaded. I'm never listening to it again, ever. I don't want to hear my voice on the phone, on video.
Maybe when you're old and gray in your rocking chair, you'll find them again.
Maybe I'll have dementia and I'll listen to the podcast not realizing it's me, and I'll be like, oh my God, that guy is so brilliant and he's so funny.
What a charming young man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, which is yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing this when I'm like, do I really need to subject people to my voice? And why I decided to do this after going 3 months without a haircut.
Well, no one's had a haircut, right, recently, unless you're Pelosi.
Yeah, unless you live in the States.
All our hair salons are actually open. Aren't yours in Ontario? Because I'm in BC. You're
Nothing.
In
We're in a
open.
Complete lockdown. There was even the possibility that they were going to ban curbside pickup. We're in a bad
starving
way.
The population.
We're in a bad way here with
whereas
yeah, no. We're in a really here in Ontario. We're in a bad situation. So no, everything's shut. Like you can go to the grocery store, you can go to the drugstore, and that's it. Which I'm fine with. I'm fine with lockdowns. The problem is that you do a little lockdown, and then like when the science panel was like, oh, the third wave is coming. This was to the end of our last lockdown. The third wave's coming. If we don't do X, Y, and Z, it's going to come, and it's going to come big time. So then our premier Doug Ford is like, let's open up in-store dining or inside dining. And now we have just an explosion of cases. The malls were packed. in Toronto and whatnot, um, restaurants were open and the third wave came and now everything's shut down again. So, no, I haven't had a haircut since I think it was the end of January. I think it was something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You and Quebec definitely became the you know
Well,
scapegoats, the scapegoats to demonstrate what could happen to the rest of us if we don't behave.
yeah, yeah. Quebec was really bad there during the second wave, and I mean, we were still bad, but nothing compared to this. So we were looking at Quebec like, what were they thinking? And lo and behold, here we are, you know.
Yeah.
So
Now you said it sounds like you can handle it, but that doesn't mean just because you can handle it well doesn't mean you think it's good.
I think the lockdowns are good. If you have this pandemic raging through the population, definitely lock things down. But what happens is they do these lockdowns for a couple of weeks, and like I said, like the COVID advisory panel was like, okay, if you do X, Y, and Z, the third wave's going to come and it's going to be huge. So what Doug Ford did was he's like, I'm just going to open up indoor dining. I'm going to open up shopping malls. So now, it's out of control and we have to lock down again.
Yeah,
Lock things down,
do
take
it
it
right.
seriously, and things can reopen, not indoor dining, but, hair
Yeah.
salon, sure. Um,
Yeah, we still have those open, but they shut down our indoor dining recently, a couple of weeks ago, and
yeah.
and all of a sudden, of course, the restaurants just opened up patios that were packed chock a block.
Yeah.
And then this past weekend we had like the first real summer sun days, like 22 degrees.
Mm,
I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit for you Americans, but it's something. 20 and so Vancouver revolted and everyone just hit the beaches and everyone out. I stayed in and worked, and especially because I knew that was going to happen.
yeah.
Fortunately, there was no police retaliation or anything, but my buddy said that just down the street, 2 blocks at the beach, like there was like so many people, everyone was there, and he saw girls running around between like half a dozen guys all making out
Yeah.
as like as a protest. Well, it's crazy childish, but
Yeah.
I when I of course, how can you not think like, well, this is what happens when you're not honest with your population
Yeah.
about whatever it is, or you're taking half measures, or you're being hypocrites and cheating. Of course, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I
Exactly.
don't know what Canada's end game is, but it's a different beast than the States.
Yeah.
It's still a beast. Yeah. Well,
Whatever.
let us pray.
It is.
Yeah.
It
I'm
is.
I'm bored. I'm bored.
Oh, I know. I know. I'm just glad I'm so busy with my business right now that I have no time to do anything, anyways, even if we had things open. So if I'm going to be this busy, now's the time to do it because there's nothing
Yeah.
else to do. So that's good. But no, I'm bored and my sleeping habits are shit. And
Yeah. I've fluctuated throughout the pandemic between day and like night cycles and early morning cycles, but I definitely do best in the morning, daytime ones. The
yeah, yeah,
night ones, but that's what happens when you can't go anywhere or do anything or do your regular work.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Anyway, so enough about that. That's all depressing. That's a good way to
I
start.
know.
That's a good way to start my podcast. Be like, the world is coming to an end.
Well, we're here to bring the light into the darkness. So we've stated the darkness of our time. We've indicated that symbolically.
That's true. That's true. And now for the light. So we're going to talk about
These
you.
are the dark times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about the light.
Yeah. Let's talk about the light. So, as you know, like my kind of theme of this podcast is talking about the people I interview, from that sort of first moment that set my guests on their magical path, and then all the way through their lives, basically. So we're talking about you. So I don't know where you want to begin, but because I am intensely curious about people. Just because I don't like people doesn't mean I'm not curious about people. So,
No,
so
I was like that too. Like even in high school, like I was back from the crowd, all gothy, but yeah, still connected
yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
fascinated.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, people are fascinating. People absolutely fascinate me, and I'm always curious because I feel like my path. I mean, everyone's path is unique in a way, but we all, when you hear people in the magical community talk about what started them, down their path and whatnot, there's always things that like common denominators that from person to person to person. So I just, as much as I find that my path was unique, we still have such commonalities in our past that I'm just intensely curious about, especially that one moment that that each guest kind of identifies as this was the moment that started me on this path. Which for you would be what?
Yeah. Well, I'm really excited to be your first guest. I love the name, the LVX Files. I'm a fan. I'm a big
Well,
fan of that idea.
okay, so I basically did a play on the X Files.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the X Files, the Lux Files, kind of have that same kind of sound. So people be like, "Oh, I see what he did there," you know.
Yeah. And for the culture community, that's sort of redundant, isn't it? It shows the very Golden Dawn um, theme,
Yeah,
but also one that is common across the Lima, but also speaks to the broader occult community. The LVX formula has become so common. I mean, even Damien Eccles goes on his thing and tells people it's the most powerful way to bring down energy he knows of, and he's worked with everything he could get his hands on, right? And
yeah,
he's
yeah,
looking for results. He's
yeah,
looking for results. Like he was not in a situation where he could be like, well, I feel like it kind of might have worked. You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
I
exactly.
don't think in solitary death row the woo woo holds much water.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
exactly. Yeah,
so this guy was looking for what's effective, and he considers the LVX, which is main symbol in the primary adept ritual in the Golden Dawn, is the analysis of the keyword, which is an analysis of the grade sign of that
mhm,
grade. Just like we use the sign of the Emperor and the sign of silence in all the outer order work
yeah,
across the board. Yeah, that's like the sign. That's like those two signs of a neophyte, but for the adept, it was from 2 to 3.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, so that first moment, that beginning moment for you.
Um, well, I think the spiritual path or spiritual transformation often um, goes hand in hand with trauma,
Mhm.
but the trauma doesn't necessarily have to be a personal one. It can just be sort of existential trauma, metaphysical trauma. And even though I was like growing up with the Maharishi transcendental meditation world that I was in with my parents and their friends and community, I didn't really have that kind of personal spiritual experience till I was 12, I think 13. And it was seeing the forest fire. I was on my summer vacation with my mom and my sister in the Okanagan in
Mhm.
Penticton, and that's where we went every summer. Ever since my uncle ran the Ironman when I was a kid, we just kept going back to Penticton every summer for our
Nice.
holiday. And it's a beautiful place. You know,
Yeah.
we'd go look for the Ogopogo on Lake Okanagan, and I'd read Anne Rice novels in the shade, Skaha Lake, and had a good time. And then that one year in 1994, I believe it was, this record-breaking massive fire sparked and destroyed everything. and we were obviously on evacuation notice, but I was standing outside the Pizza Hut where we had dinner and watching it just engulf the whole ridge. And this thing, I think it was like, oh, it was crazy. I've written you can check it out on Wikipedia, this massive fire, but it was crazy. And I saw just standing before the burning, blazing inferno and this awesome power of like fire to consume and devastate and change reality in front of me in such a way that could actually then like seep down. And we were any second, this whole Penticton was waiting to evacuate, but it didn't come to that. During that moment, I was moved outside of myself. I mean, it was I wasn't in any fear, especially as like sort of a pretty depressed 13-year-old goth kid, right? That I wasn't like, you know, that worried. I would be like, this was probably more like, this could be exciting. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't have much relationship stuff, especially after the 3 years of what I had gone through, which was, I was coming through like from age 9 to 13 years of serious divorce stuff in my family, and like
Okay.
serious abuses and shit, and serious trauma. And so I was very detached from myself, but it sort of separated me from that, staring at this awesome force of nature. And I felt what was really clear was this fire on my head. I felt this fire on my head. My whole body felt alive, and I felt connected to all of reality, and just like in that moment transfigured sort of into something that was just in line with this universal fire that I could feel, not just as the fire in front of me and the fire that was like floating above my head. It felt like alive. And because I had no contact with Christianity growing up,
Right.
I knew nothing about Pentecost and the flames above the apostles. I didn't know any of that stuff. Like, we read the Tibetan Book of the Dead and the Bhagavad Gita were our family holy books that my mom would read to us from.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. So I had no knowledge of that stuff, which was really interesting to me. But that moment definitely changed me, and because in recognizing the nature of that reality of the fire outside of me and the fire within me, and the defining fire that transfigures reality, this sort of very elemental form of spirit,
Mm-hmm.
that recognition is what was transfiguring. I mean, it was traumatic in a pure sort of spiritual sense. Like that moment, I talk about this in my main book, The Ethics of Understanding God, about the moment in the mass where the spirit enters the priest, who is Jesus, right? Is
Mm-hmm.
Christ, not themselves, because they're back when that happened through anamnesis, and the spirit goes through them and transfigures and transforms the blood and the bread and wine, right? Whether symbolically or physically. But that moment liturgically is called epiclesis, and that term has been very useful to my academic writings about ethics and mysticism, and how we can understand our relationship to reality, and spirit, like nature and spirit, essentially, if you think of those as sort of pre-categorical terms for everything, and yet, the same thing at once. I mean, this is trying to take into account where we've come to scientifically in our understanding, which I think spirituality really should.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was a trauma that was a different kind of trauma, healing trauma that pulled the poorly arranged fragments of my broken childhood, traumatized, fucked up kid apart into a new context, and opened it to a new context, this thing that I was experiencing, this harmony and union with all things, and a connectedness with it in a visceral way. Like, I felt like I
Mm-hmm.
was an active member of it, not a passive experiencer of this reality. I was an active participant, and that was because of the fires in me as well as outside of me. And that allowed me, that broke me apart again, that traumatized and broke those parts. And this is what I would, these kinds of events are often combined with the importance of a really spiritual act, or a defining act, in how you put yourself together again, how you reconstruct your symbolic self and reality, which is what consensus we all live in.
Yeah.
We have to do that. If we depart from that, that's sort of the definition of mental illness, or at least it is in Lacanian psychoanalytics. And yeah, we want to live in this shared symbolic reality so we can participate in the game of life. But if we're put together badly, if our alembics dirty or broken, then we need to make a new one or purify the old. And that's what really happened to me. And the next morning I woke up in the tent and I was like, there was this ringing thought in my head. And it was just that I had to be an occultist. And I didn't know what that meant. And my mom's boyfriend showed up, and he was a witch who had told me that Wicca was real and all this witchcraft was real, and sent me on a strange loop about a year earlier, because I thought, that's nonsense. This man's crazy. He's taken Dungeons and Dragons way too far. Way too far. Like, I thought I took D&D too far. This guy was like nuts. He's also like high ranking Amarok with his anyway. I'm not supposed to speak too much about him publicly. He's still alive. Amazing dude. And we met up with him, and he took us to his friend's Wiccan occult bookshop in Penticton. And my mom bought us lots of books, and I got Celtic Magic by DJ Conway, which sent me on this whole druid magic path. And I was like,
I have that book.
Druid.
Still.
Yeah. Well, it was the first book I read cover to cover
Mm.
the day I got it. And I just read it back on the drive home, and that was interesting. And I went home, set up my first altar, and like, I was like, cool, I'm a druid. What's now? Like, you know, where do I proceed? And that was the beginning. That was the beginning. And I really—
Isn't that exciting though, when you're like, oh, when you declare I'm this, now what? Like, that's such an exciting moment.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do after that.
Yeah, but, and you know, and it doesn't sound great, but it is great. It's like, now what? And I get to explore, and I get to search, and I get to discover. It's so exciting. It really is.
Yeah, it felt that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I have a picture of my first altar. I found the pictures of all those altars. Actually, they're right over there. Yeah.
That's awesome. So you were really, really young.
Yeah, that was the summer of after grade 7.
Right.
Summer after grade 7. Yeah, because by grade 8 I was practicing Don Craig's book, Modern Magic. I worked through that entire book in grade 8. And
so
then then I put it down, and then I picked it up again. Sorry.
So how do you go from Celtic Magic by DJ Conway to Modern Magic?
It's a really good question, sir. Like, I read all the druid stuff I could find, and you gotta remember this. So a lot of people don't get this. Like, I've mentioned before that, like, you know, I first read Ithil Colquhoun's on a 3-ring binder photocopy version, and I was talking to Hermit's Corner. He was on the podcast, Frater P. Hermit's Corner 770 on Instagram. He sells cool books.
Mhm.
And he was like, wait, why? How would you have that? I was like, well, this was like in the 90s, especially the early 90s. Like, you would be lucky to be able to find that people would if they got a book that no one else had been able to find, they'd photocopy it and give copies to all their friends, because that was the only way to get that information. It's like, yeah, it's not legal, but like, you literally won't read this book otherwise for the next 10 years.
That was the 90s version of pirated PDF books.
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah.
And you had to sit there at a photocopier at like the library or something, photocopying every single page.
Yeah. And so, you know, you'd pay for the photocopying, but no one was making money off it. It was literally just a way that we could transmit information, because we didn't have the internet.
Yeah.
And so I went through all the accessible druid literature like very fast, right?
Which wasn't much
very fast
time, to be honest.
Yeah, no. And now I was lucky because I went to Waldorf grade school with my buddy Sean, and his dad owns Banyan Books, which is one of the biggest occult bookstores in North America.
And they sell my product.
And amazing.
There.
They do. They're wise. They're very wise. They're just they're just down the road.
Yeah.
And so from that young age, I would be able to go there, and like, even though my allowance was like probably $5 a week, I could, if I went there, I knew I could walk away with like, well, you know, a good haul of books.
Yeah.
Because my mom wanted to support our friend's bookstore and, you know, endorse these sort of spiritual pursuits, especially as they had pulled me out of despair and devastation over, you know, what I,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
that other period, that very dark period.
Yeah.
Um, and because I didn't, that whole moment, that whole revelation, that whole awakening, changed the, you know, took me out of that depressed, dark world.
Mm.
Um, and and gave me a light, like a fire burning that just didn't go away, and I was able to hold on to it with care, and that's what I did.
Hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, I worked through the Druid stuff, and the reason I kept moving on, and my mom had bought a bunch of books on Wicca, so I stole all of those and hauled them into my room after
Okay,
that,
so
and went through that.
you're reading all these books. Are you practicing? Do you have
Yeah,
regular practice
yeah,
and
yeah.
everything?
I
Okay.
was practicing, yeah, all the time, doing what I could. A lot of tarot. I was reading tarot for money for people, because that was good money. You know, I'd make $1 a minute. So, you know, some hairdressers from the local hair salon would come and talk to me their feelings about for an hour and a half, and then get a big bill. And that was good, good change. Using that back to my rider weight days. But yeah, they all thought it was, you know, probably a fun thing for them to get a tarot reading from such a young kid. They probably thought it was adorable. And but also, you know, good information. I was highly intuitive, very good. Like all the, you know, I'd already been meditating for like daily for so 6 7 years then.
Yeah.
Like, you know, already by, you know, 13 14, I've been meditating for 7 years. It's a lot of meditating twice a day, or, you know, even once a day, or, you know,
Yeah.
even if you're not that into the yogic stuff, which I wasn't, but I still practiced it, breathing techniques and meditation, and explored that stuff. But and it was very useful to incorporate into the later stuff. But here, how did I get to it? Because I was practicing stuff, and I wasn't finding. I was looking for things that seemed to work, that seemed to make a difference. And I, as much as I love the worship element of Druidry and modern Wicca, and I would go out, I do a lot of stuff. We had a forest. We lived in a forest basically,
Mhm.
so I could go out at night in my robes and under the moon and pick herbs and plant little, you know, stone talismans, or I could pour milk on the plants for the fairies. And I did a lot of that kind of devotional work and bartering
Yeah.
for you know, things in my life, for comfort for my mom or sister, or peace in my family, or healing with my father and his new wife. Like all of these sorts of things I was trying to impact, trying to make my life better. And
Yeah.
that's what I was looking for magic to do, to give me a chance to increase that sort of fire that burned within me, thus, you know, continuing to grow and become a better person, and just more myself, more my, you know, move from that false to true self. I love the way Thomas Merton approaches that kind of theology. And then yeah, it led me to hermetic magic and you know, the LBRP, just because that sort of stuff made sense. I had a book from when I was 10 and living this OTO oasis that my mom's boyfriend sort of ran. It was sort of pseudo OTO. There was an AA priestess who was there, and I mixed up with my things when we left there when I was 10 11, maybe 11. Was a Israel Lagarde's Tree of Life signed to that OTO adept, and then years later I started, you know, getting deeper and deeper into that stuff. But Don Craig's book, you know, was such an appealing book to get. It was such an obvious buy for everyone back when
Mhm.
it came out. So as soon as it came out, I got it, and worked through that. And the thing that shocked me was the effectiveness of the rituals.
Right.
They were technically effective in ways that nothing I'd encountered in Druidry or Wicca was. Now I think there's a lot more. Anyone thinking about what's available in Wicca or witchcraft or Druidry today probably will have a very poor understanding of what I'm talking about. Like, because like you would have been lucky if you would even known about Obad or Arnriachtain or any of the other druidical orders like
Yeah.
that. Even if you bought all the books, you might not really know about them. You could send them a letter. I mean, I sent a snail mail letter to Clonagall Castle in Ireland when I was 12 to you know, Lady Olivia at the Fellowship of Isis, and she wrote me back a handwritten note, and it was like,
I did the
hopefully when
same
you're an
thing when I was
adult,
a
yeah,
teenager. Yeah.
hopefully when you're an adult, I'm sure you will become a priestess of Isis. And then I did the other year, you
Yeah.
know, with Arissa Victor ordaining me.
Yeah,
who founded the American branch of that essentially, and was close friends with Lady Olivia.
I joined the film
Yeah,
of ISIS
yeah,
back in the
yeah.
day.
A couple of my guests were on that, or have been in that. A lot of people have joined that. Yeah, yeah. It is. So yeah, it was looking for effectiveness in magic that kept me moving along the spectrum. Again, in grade 8, I read all of Crowley and all of that stuff. It didn't take long to read the available, because there was so fewer books available, because it wasn't just that a lot hadn't been written, but a lot of the main written ones were unavailable, like all
Yeah,
of the a lot of the R.A. Gilbert and stuff. But this was big days for the publishings of like Crowley's special volumes, which I got all of those, and the Kenneth Grant stuff. I would get that stuff, but you could read through all the different areas pretty quickly,
yeah.
and then you were asked left asking what's next,
Yeah.
and you know
I mean, the 90s were big for Wiccan publishing. Lots, pumping out
oh
lots
yeah,
of books. But, the one thing with that is that they're all different, but they're all the same. Like you read through
yeah,
one, you go to the second one hoping for, a little bit more, and you're not getting that little bit more that you need. And like you said,
yeah,
back then we didn't have the internet the way we do now, where you can click and buy any book, or click and meet people. So it was a completely different time,
yeah,
completely different.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was, and then like I guess from 14 on at Banyan, um, flyers for Golden Dawn Temple and Order started appearing in the books,
Mm,
like sneakily inserted, and that's how the Order tended to advertise under the radar,
that's cool.
and pissed off the bookstore sellers. Yeah, and
Oh
then
God,
and
I would have died if I was a teenager and I bought a book and there was
you
a
need
Golden
something.
Dawn
Yeah, it's got to
flyer
be cool
hidden
and
in
under the
there.
radar for it to be like super occult and
Like I would have
like
totally,
edgy.
I would have totally felt chosen. Like they did that knowing I was coming to get that book. Like I would have totally, like 16-year-old me, finding that flyer in a book that I bought at a occult shop, I'd be like, I'm chosen.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. They're
yeah,
watching me. They want me.
yeah. I listened to the
That would
answering
be cool.
machine message on it a few times, but it was still a couple years before I called. I tried ardently to work Donald Michael Craig's system of modern magic effectively
Mm,
before I eventually, I just and it didn't. Yeah, it seemed to be lacking, and I knew it
mm.
was.
Yeah, yeah,
And yeah, so eventually I just said, well, what's the worst that can happen? I'll leave my name and number, and then things went from there. Yeah, and I figured, it wouldn't hurt to go learn what all people out there know.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't imagine it would be quite as fabulous as it was.
Well, how could
Yeah,
you at the time?
it got pretty big pretty fast, um and I got to be a part of that, which was amazing. And
Yeah.
when I actually made a change with the flyering and started having us ask if we could leave them at the counter, but know what's funny about that? The numbers dropped way off.
Oh, yeah,
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 it's not cool anymore. It's
yeah,
like, but of course now those bookstores are gone and people aren't browsing those sections. So
yeah,
that was a flash in the pan moment where
yeah,
this
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of truly occult behavior that's just on the border of morality,
yeah.
um, was able to build a group of really really cool people. And
And and you joined the Golden Dawn. You were like exceptionally young.
so yeah, so I was 15 in
Yeah,
96.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. My mom had to go to sign a waiver and stuff like that because 16, it was, and I was only allowed private classes one-on-one,
Hmm.
um, with my proctor Sam or Francisco, Nineveh Shadrach, who's, as he's now called, Frater, very own Frater R.C. at the time. And until I was 16, because that way, if like, you know, I hooked up with anyone, any of the adults there, it would at least be legal.
Yeah.
That's sort of the age of consent in Canada. This kind of stuff freaks out Americans, but it's like that was the issue, right? You don't want someone who's under sexual consent age in case they do something bad, like, because they didn't know what were, like I've said this before, what were the chances that, like, I'm sure they debated my admission for a long time. And it was certain people, even adepts down in LA, some, like a lot of the inner order, were voting against my admission for sure. And some of them, and over the following years, many years, they would take me aside once I was in the inner order and tell me, some of them would tell me their story of like, yeah, I remember voting like really hard against you. And someone else would be like, I knew it was the right thing. And I even did a little scrying and was like, yes, this person. It was a big thing. So yeah.
Oh, I mean, I would have been a hard no. Like I would have been like, no, 15, no. Like no,
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna scry, I'm not gonna hear his story. No, you know.
Yeah.
So I get that. I really do, you know. No hard feelings, you know.
Yeah, no. I mean, so yeah, 15 just, so there was others at 16. Frater R.C. himself had been initiated at 16 and was very much, well, he was like adopted son of Zinc, of Frater PCA, and then moved back to BC to start up Temple Tahuti, Sanctuary of Tahuti at the time,
Right.
up until 97, 96. It became a Temple Tahuti in 96, 97, because via temple you have to have multiple adepts. You can't just have one. They don't allow that because it's just an ego trip.
Yeah.
Waiting to happen. And that's happened a lot since then. One of the main reasons adepts leave is to go start their own group or temple or order, where they're the only ones in charge, because they see how like there's such a simple mechanism in the tradition of the Golden Dawn, whether it's one adepts, whether it's 2 or 3 or 5, whatever the number is, the reason for multiple ones is such a basic human psychological reason to have multiple people with the same level of authority.
Yeah.
Right? You need that. They have the same level of authority, and you have to have that balance. Is there human drama? Yeah, but that's good. You want that rather than like unilateral downward power and that crazy guru shit that goes along with it.
Yeah. Yeah, people, I think strife within groups in the you know, occult community, I think it gets a bad rap. Like it's always like seen as such a bad thing and a destructive force, and like really, like you'd rather be in 100% agreement with that one person at the top, no disagreements, no discussions, no negotiate, like, you know, like that doesn't,
it doesn't work.
no,
It doesn't work.
no.
Which is, I mean, that's why a lot of orders have made developments to ensure that's not the case. It's why a lot of churches have church boards that oversee the church and have a power struggle with the clergy in charge, because you need that power struggle. There's got to be that contest of power, that dynamism between the white and black pillars. You need that.
Yeah,
it's very important. Yeah.
Okay, so you're 15, you joined the Golden Dawn. How long did it take you to work through the initial grades?
I finished, I tested out of Philosophus Easter of my grade 12 year.
Okay.
Yeah, Easter break, I flew from Vancouver to LA and tested out of 4=7 and was initiated into a portal with Edward, who was another one, Edward VH Frater BT of Esoteric podcast.
So much.
He was initiated at 16. Sor P, his girlfriend at the time. Some of these people I'm not going to say too much about for obvious reasons. they were also at 16. So there was a slew of us between us and Frater R.C. Nineveh, Shadrach, me, Edward, and one other were all 16, me 15. And Raphael as well, who did the tarot deck, who painted our order's tarot deck. If you've ever seen that online, it's pretty gorgeous.
Have I seen it?
Raphael also joined when she was 16, of course.
Which tarot deck is it?
It's never been published. It's
okay.
yeah. If you look at like people like Eric V. Cisco online and some others of that branch of that order, I mean, because of course our order, the international order, fragmented. I mean, it was certainly the largest unified Golden Dawn order in history, because of its low barrier for admission, its astral initiations, which are highly debated, though less hard to understand when they're misrepresented when people think that that's the only initiation. It's like it's a stopgap for the physical, right? And and it does something. It doesn't do the same thing. I went through 2 astral initiations prior to physical, and then went through only physical ones, of course, after that. And so I have notes on my experiences, and there was an experience, a distinct experience. Something happened. It wasn't the same thing. Just slight variation. Yeah.
Did you ever think that you weren't going to make it through to Portal? Like, did you ever is there ever a point where you're like, I can't do this. This is too much. I can't handle this.
For sure. Well, sure. Yeah. In like, in the water grade, there was challenges in all the grades, but I went through pretty smoothly, which makes sense. I mean, it was seen as sort of a testament to my admission that I went through sort of smoothly. I went through Neophyte. I was initiated in November '96, and tested out Neophyte in December. Yeah, in December.
So you pulled a Crowley.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, that's why when Crowley talks about the pace he went through, I'm like, that's first of all, it's nothing to brag about because it speaks more to not doing as much of the work. And second of all, I mean, he was only doing the LVRP and then learning a few other things. There's very little work. Our grade material's freaking huge. It's like a massive tome of tons of extra stuff, things from Franz Barden, things from all these other things that were developed over the years of our order's development. I mean, and like Don Craig and Poke Runyon and all these people, they all taught at our order, right? You know, when I was in the inner order, we would have group inner order phone calls from our order with Chick Cicero.
Right.
You know, so there was a lot of stuff going on, interaction, and there always has been within the Golden Dawn world between teachers and groups. And that's why it's been such a strong, growing, living tradition since its beginning. It just doesn't matter what name changes it goes under. There's so many groups essentially doing GD work, but with different names. That's fine. The system is very alive and well, and it's not talked about as much or as well as it probably should be, because the people who know that it works and works well are too busy using it and doing it to worry about the how it's seen.
Yeah, exactly.
But that wasn't your question. What was your question?
Looks good. My last question.
Oh yeah, so I went through the grades quickly. I didn't get to go into Zelator right away because we were on a Christmas break, New Year's break, and then by the end of January I moved to Vienna, and so I went through a period of time of separation where all I could do was write letters. I convinced my Viennese Gast family to install internet, but they were like, what's the reason why we would do this internet? And the father was an antiques dealer, and now I've been back to see them, of course, and he's like, my whole business now is online. And he's like, that's because I had them get the internet long before, just because I wanted to be able to write emails to people, but they weren't. This was so once I went to Vienna, I was pretty much cut off from the order almost entirely, because I was writing snail mail letters to everyone, and it would take forever to hear back. So I did go through a Zelator Astral initiation while I was there. So I had the Neophyte and the Zelator Astral, and I sat in those grades for a long time, because while I went into Zelator, I never got the grade material sent. They were horrible at sending grade material and shit like that. So I had to just sit there waiting for a very long time. And as soon as then I flew that summer to LA, for the big event, and got to learn from like Poke Runyon was the guest, our guest that week. And then I went through the initiations physically and met Edward and all these other people, like, you know, good 80, 90 people. And went back to Vancouver. They had gotten while I'd been away, they'd gotten a whole 3,000 square foot space, built a whole temple with rooms, library, classroom, kitchen, multiple bathrooms, all of these things, full temple.
Yeah.
Amazing craftspeople who all worked in the film industry were part of our temple. So
Right,
they were making that stuff so fast. They're just like, oh, you need to perfect hieroglyphics on thing, no problem. Well, like,
now,
and we had next door was our friends, all other members were next door, and they were running a metalwork and smithy shop. So they made all our swords.
Oh,
yeah. And a wrought iron gate fence for the front. It was super hardcore.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, like for the listeners, like, you guys had, like, your temple space was your temple space. You weren't renting it for the evening in a Masonic hall. Like, this was your building, your space. This was a temple, like a 100%, 365 days out of the year temple.
Yeah. It was, by the time I was, you know, so yeah, I mean, it had place. There had to be people living there to maintain it and clean it every day, and have it, like, the classes were every night of the week almost. I mean, they started off, it built well, and especially in that next year when we all went. So, you know, that next year I came back from LA in August, got my Zelator grade material finally. But while I was in LA, I got to meet with members from Texas and all around the world. So I met with all, you know, and like there was like 10 of us to a house, all billeted for free, so probably like 100 people there. And you know, it was just nonstop magic the whole time. You know, wake up in the morning with Texans, like, you know, invoking salamanders and convincing you to go do an hour-long middle pillar before huevos rancheros for breakfast and all of this stuff. And this is when I got to know Jeff Contreras and all of these other people who are still about in the magic world, Mark and just all of them. There were tons of them. And back in Vancouver, then I got to go through Theoricus in September. So it only I spent like, a little bit of time going through the Zelator grade material, but I had lost a lot of time while I was in Vienna just doing basic magical work and studying Franz Hartmann and other things, other resources that I could get in German. And then Tahuti just blew up after that. We just rolled along.
Why were you in Vienna?
Why not? Well, I was in the Waldorf school, so we had the ability to go to other schools if we wanted it for free around the world. And they'd send a kid to our place, like a regular sort of Ostosh exchange. And I wanted to improve my German. Learn more opera.
I'd love to learn German. That's one of the first things that I'd like to be able to speak.
First day I was there, I went and bought Also sprach Zarathustra auf Deutsch by Nietzsche and started reading that, and it was good. It was good. Though I didn't go to class really. I spent that year without, because our German, or none of our exchange students, our German wasn't good enough to learn. Like, we were there to sort of learn it. We'd been learning for 10 years, but it wasn't that good. Right. It wasn't conversational at all. And so, and school there is 6 days a week, but only goes till noon, 8 a.m. till noon, and 6 days a week. And so, you know, we would go to our first 2-hour class in the morning, our Hauptunterricht, and then we'd go to the Marienkäfer Cafe and sit there and drink coffee for 3 hours till the rest of the students got out. And then I'd go to museums and go look at all the art galleries and all this stuff. You could see an opera at the Staatsoper, like a full opera or ballet for $2-3. Wow. If you got a standing place or a half seat place, or it was pretty cool. Like, you know, like 35 shillings. They used shillings when I was there, so that was cool. Yeah, Vienna was a good experience, and that's where I first studied with a Hasidic rabbi, Jewish Kabbalah. Right. He was there lecturing and teaching about reincarnation and Hasidism. It was so there's tons of cool lectures at the Anthroposophical Society, which I was very much into Rudolf Steiner and reading his work. That was the first time I read one of his books in German, Theosophie, which was good. Because I would train around Europe a lot. And I actually did meet up with other members of the order. The order did put me in touch with members in Europe, mainly a German guy in Nottingham. So I went to Nottingham and hung out with this fellow in Nottingham, Stark. Yeah, he stuck around for a while. He really got me into got me to take Franz Barden more seriously.
Okay.
And that sort of stuff. He was a PhD in physics and studying the effects of laser beams on water droplets as they fall based on where they fall on the circumference, and showed me his lab and stuff. And then we walked around Sherwood Forest and saw all the Nottingham stuff. So that part of it was cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So talk about Temple Tahuti a bit, because I think, you see a lot of people online and they're like, I want Hogwarts. I want Hogwarts. I want to go to Hogwarts.
Yeah.
And then the Golden Dawn comes along. They're like, hey, we're Hogwarts. And then everyone's like, oh, yeah, no, I just prefer doing my own thing. I don't like rules.
That's good.
Like,
That's
so,
good.
okay, like, so do you mean you just want to play dress up? Or do you actually want to go to magic school? So
lots of dress up in the Golden Dawn, eh?
well, there's a lot of dress up in the Golden Dawn, yeah. But so Temple Tahuti, I mean, it's a full-on temple space. You probably had a library there.
Yeah, a lot of it was mine and a few other people's resources and books in a common space. And then there was then people would donate books to us, and that was okay. But yeah, my personal library far exceeded that by like 30 times. But there was a really good community, and because we were running, especially by the time I was getting up through the grades, like I helped push. Like there was a period where in the beginning there's 2 classes a week, and then a neophyte initiation every month, plus the elemental initiation every month of that sign.
Mm-hmm.
But quite quickly it became more, and it was 7 days a week. I've posted pictures of our schedules online, and people are stunned because, like, Mondays neophyte, Tuesdays Zealotor, Wednesdays like every night of the week. Friday would be maybe a philosopher's class plus pro class, or eventually when I was running things, I was busy teaching a class of teachers. Also, I would teach teachers classes on how to teach better, on how to train subjects. We'd have portal classes for when someone was finally got up into portal, which was like I was the first one to finish the Golden Dawn at Temple Tahuti and get into portal. I think I went past everyone who was already there when I went into portal.
Okay.
I had flown past everyone, all the mainstay members, except for the 2 adepti running it.
Right.
So yeah, I did fly past, and then when I flew down to LA to go into portal, people didn't know and were very surprised. Except the leadership wasn't, because they had noticed me over the years and saw what I was doing. And I didn't participate in, like, a lot of the drama people talk about. I was either unaware of it. But really, I think it was just smaller. It was like those moments become blown up in time.
Yeah.
But what being there was like was just day-to-day classes or initiation rehearsals, especially once you get to be an officer, which is super amazing. Like, most people list that as one of the best things they've done in their life, is get to be an officer in initiations. The rehearsals are great fun, and we would do a lot of that, because it would and then after a short time everything was memorized, even though you'd have turnovers of officers. I remember the first time a Hierophant memorized the entire initiations for all of them, which could mean sometimes that while everyone was preparing the temple, you're learning 6 pages of speeches from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. in your room. You're just walking around memorizing the speeches. Like, I would do things like read entire paragraph speeches from the last word and read out the last word backwards all the way through the speech, which takes a while. But then when you read it forward, it's like just there in a better way. So all kinds of tricks for memorization. That was a very good one. I would always do that one where everything I read, every sentence or paragraph on the first run through, I'd read the last word backward of each section as I memorized each section. And then reading it forward. Yeah, it works really well. There's any memory techniques I find work. It's like, which memory techniques should I use? All of them, any of them, whichever works. Take ginkgo biloba. That's, we've always been fans of that in the people I knew, the magicians I knew. Love that ginkgo and memory stuff. But yeah, so that was a lot of fun and a lot of work, and it was challenging. I mean, when you're doing that amount of ritual work and you're there, like, you know, eventually once I could drive, when I was 16, I could drive and had a car, and I could drive to the temple. Like, I could drive at 10 at night on a Friday. Me and Martin go study till 4 a.m., then come back to the temple, do ritual work till 7 a.m. Then I drive home and sleep till noon, and then get up and start my Saturday or whatever, you know, and then or sleep till noon, then drive downtown again across the bridge, because I lived on the mountain, grew up on the mountain, go to a rehearsal and clean and sweep and brasso things till your wrists, knuckles bleed, and then do the initiation, and then have a potluck, and then you get home, and then just nonstop, you know. And it's helpful to the rest of your life, because you treat the rest of your life in a very efficient way when you have this really amazing thing that you get to do if you've taken care of all the necessities. So when I joined, I was in grade 10, and when I started grade 10, grade 9 I was a straight F student. Grade 10 I was an A+ student,
Right.
because I would pay attention in class, take copious notes, go home, write up those notes as we do in Waldorf, and so I could get my butt downtown or get into my magical studies, because I wanted to get through those grades and really learn this stuff and practice the rituals. Like, you know, that's why I have a copious diaries. And it was the best time ever to go from Waldorf High School every day to Golden Dawn at night. Was Hogwarts times 10. It was super great, because, you know, I'd be reading those books in the classroom, and the teachers would come along and be like, "Oh, William Wynne Westcott," and I'll be like, "How do you know William Westcott?" Like, "Well, he knew Yeats or some you know, of these things, and or Steiner," and then they'd sit down and tell me all about this.
Right. Yeah.
Of course, we start grade 11 chemistry in Waldorf school by learning the Emerald tablets, so it's a different kind of school.
Yeah. Very much.
I mean, it gets boring after that with neutrons and protons. It gets boring fast.
That's not
like
boring.
real chemistry.
That's not boring. That's exciting.
It is when you're reading Eliphas Levi, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm learning the mysteries of nature under the table, and you want me to talk about chemicals? Nonsense. How wrong I was.
Electrons are sexy. I love science. I love math. It's sexy. It's all sexy.
Yeah.
I love it.
We did a lot of math.
It's exciting. When I took a gap year after high school, and it was so boring. It was so boring that I went back and I ended up taking OAC, algebra, calculus, finite, and English, just because I wanted something to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was so boring, that gap year. But I also graduated high school a year early. So I honestly, I can't remember if there was an issue about me going to college at 17, if that's why I waited. I can't remember. I can't remember. But yeah, no, math is sexy. I love it.
Mm. I was held a very, very long time in Portal. That's very significant. So even though I moved through the grades steadily,
like longer than the traditional 9 months.
Yeah, a year and a half.
Why?
So I didn't think I was ever gonna be initiated into 5=6. Yeah, I had given up on that. Mostly.
Most people don't, though.
I mean, most people who go into Portal don't get into 5/6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, like, you know, of it was like 1 in 10 people who went into Neophyte would get to Philosophus, and maybe 2 in 5 Philosophi would get into Portal.
Right.
And then 1 in 5 portals, maybe 1 in 10 portals, because you're done the system at that point. Portal is just as much a graduation ceremony as anything else. And I was told, if you just want to go on with your life, this is something TDL told me, if you want to just go on with your life, because once you're at that stage, you start learning from different people, of course. Right? You're learning from people who taught your adepti who run the temple. You're learning from them as well, of course, but you're just learning from everyone. That's one of the reasons these things are so effective. These ways of organizing are resources are very effective. Not only do you have the income to put together international events that cost the members nothing, basically,
Mhm.
except travel, but you're all learning so quickly, because every time any one person learns something cool from the thing they're reading, you bet they're going to tell everyone. They're not like, oh, ho, ho, look what I learned and hoard it.
Yeah.
They go and they run around telling everybody what they learned. Then
Yeah.
everyone else looks into it and sees if they notice anything fascinating. And that's the power of learning in groups. I mean, that's why universities used to be effective as well. Um, so uh, yeah, well, I was held a long time in Portal because I was very young. I went into Portal in grade 12, and
Right.
I needed to grow up. I mean, before it was even recommended I drop out of college for a year and get a real job, and I did. Um, I worked at Starbucks, worked at White Spot, was a bar manager at a Japanese sushi restaurant. That was fun until one day some initiates drove by in a car and were like, "Yo, we're going to LA right now," and I just was like, "Mas, I quit." He's like, okay, goodbye. And had my last hot sake, which we would drink during our shifts, and jumped in the car and went down to our conclave
Who
in
told you to
February.
get a part-time job? Like, how is that or not a part-time job, a minimum wage job? How's that life?
How is that better than being on like a hardcore scholar student on PhD track? Um, well,
I mean, I'm not poo-pooing. I'm
yeah,
saying like how it's like, no, drop out of school and just get a minimum wage job. Like, what's the life lesson there?
I don't know. I did what was right for me in the circumstance, so I wasn't really doing what I was ever told in that sense. And
Right.
that's one of the challenges, and that happens in certain spiritual stages where people will see if you're the kind of person who's just going to do what they're told and be a yes man, or if you're going to be a strong, independent, contemplative human being. I mean, people who were, who fell into that trap of just being sycophants. They didn't do well.
Right.
They didn't do well at all. No, it was strong, independent, productive, and proactive people that did well and that got advanced. They all were also sometimes given some of the harder challenges and given harder times. But yeah, uh, that was there was definitely people within there's definitely in the order there was definitely people in our community that didn't understand the scholarly path in life, because it's very different.
Yeah.
If they see someone just reading books and writing all day, they don't consider that work, right?
Right.
They
Right.
don't consider that work because that's sort of part of the the lower classes perception of what labor is, and how it's special for just these elite few, and how could you possibly be one of these elite few, right? There's this warped perception that we have still clung to, that certain things are only for the special ones.
Yeah.
This attitude exists a lot in the popular mind against musicians as well. It's like, how dare you play music? Only Bruno Mars can play music. You're not special like that. It's like, actually, music's a birthright, and in lots of cultures, everyone's allowed and encouraged to do it as much as they want.
Mhm.
Just so scholarship and learning and increasing our minds needs to be removed from this academic imprisonment that has distorted it into political, economic uh, demons
Yeah.
that are just destroying the heart and soul of what education should be about.
Right.
And it needs to become democratized so that it's not just accessible to everybody, like we see the internet providing it. I spend so much time listening to lectures by academics, it's crazy, or just experts, and it's
Right.
amazing. Like,
Yeah.
so much time. I'm listening to multiple historians of religion every week, and can't tear myself away from all this stuff that normally I'd have to pay for an expensive course to get even a portion of.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, we need to change the mentality that education or writing or literature and all of these liberal arts are for the elite few or the special. And it's not by destroying those people who are teaching it and destroying the teachers in the academy, but by liberating them from giving them permission to speak to everyone.
Right.
We need to give them permission and encouragement to speak to everyone.
Yeah.
And the fact that like people like Dan Trell, who's a PhD candidate, and Justin Sledge and Angela Puka have their PhDs and they're esotericists, and they're getting a bit of support from online communities who just want to learn what they have to share. That's the open method of learning, open school of style of learning that Umberto Eco actually predicted with the rise of the internet. And he wrote a lot about this, even in newspaper columns. He was very active in, he's the Italian semiotician who wrote The Name of the Rose and Foucault's Pendulum. He had a very humorous approach to understanding the history of religion and especially the esoteric movements. Like Foucault's Pendulum, I don't know if you've read it, but it's every section's divided into the 10 sephirot of the Tree of Life. And it's just a remarkable, wonderful book that everyone should read. Foucault's Pendulum. So yeah, education we need to give permission to these academics to, and scholarship, just scholarship in general, learning in general, to become learned by everybody, and permit each other to broaden our minds and deepen our learning in general.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I mean, that's what I'm doing on, like, the whole Hermetic Mystery School thing I'm doing is, you know, that's the .com website, place where I teach, is the idea is to, like, sort of amp up modern magic, you know, make a multimedia version of that. That would like a version of that would have worked better for me, because now I know what would work for me. Now I know how I could have self-initiated effectively through the grades, through the elements, through all that stuff. Now I know what I needed to know, but it's not written down anywhere, and no one's made a way to access that in a coherent form. So that's what I'm doing.
Which brings me to a question that I've been wanting to ask you for ages. Why haven't, okay, so I know you have your books on Amazon and you have your magnum opus published. And that's great. Where's your book published through Wiser or whatever metaphysical publisher? Like, where's that Frater R.C. book? Like, I mean, you're so brilliant and you're so experienced. Where are those books?
Well, I've never written a magical book.
That's what, like,
right.
but that's what, like, why? Like, okay,
Yeah,
so
why?
when you interviewed me on your podcast, and I'm talking about my experiences working through self-initiation through the Golden Dawn, through modern magic, and Cicero self-initiation through the Golden Dawn, and comparing that to my work and my initiation through the Order of Bards, Ovates, and Druids, where you know, when I was working through the Order of Bards, Ovates, and Druids, and I was taking my my holistic healthcare practitioner certification, and I had that initiatory moment where I just crumbled, shattered, and I'm the person I was and the person I am now, two completely different people. And that was the most remarkable experience of my life. Where working through the self-initiation, I had a pretty intensive experience, but it was more like running into a brick wall. I was able to push through it, but on my own, through my own devices. So there's certainly a gap there. And you just said, like, you know now what you would have needed to know to self-initiate. So do you not think that there's something there you can offer people where you should write a book and get it published? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, write a real book. I mean, so all I did was when I was informed that I was not going to be alive much longer, I put everything I had written that I could find after a robbery online, across the board, magical things, even fiction stuff. There's a bunch of, you know, drafts of novels, or 4 or 5 of them that are like between 200 and 500 pages that are out there, because I had a, you know, let's say a health scare.
Right.
And something like the magical text, like, these are just things that I wrote. These are all just things I wrote while I was going through the grades in the order. I see them as source materials.
Right.
Like, if I was because I became after that an academic, and I realized, like, with curiosity, how an academic looks at these things. And I look at them actually very academically and think, oh, isn't that odd? This really says like what the person was. It just speaks to that community, because I was in that place, and I had no objectivity of myself as to what I was doing,
Right.
like I do now as I got older and I developed my critical skills. So yeah, I will write something. I will write a magical book with using
Right.
my full critical resources and perspectivalism to produce something that's of use. I've got a couple small writings I'm working on, one on entheogens,
Mhm.
and but I feel like the self-initiation stuff, and methodologies in using different rituals, and learning things in different ways, and like the pedagogy of our own magical education, I think that's best done in the multimedia format, which is why it's like living on a website right now
Right.
that people can access for like $50 a month, which is pretty low. I mean, if you take many of the courses that people offer, they're $600, or like
Yeah.
Black School and stuff like that, which is great. That's I'm purposely underpricing myself because it's meant to be a community, that even can, will have more collaboration
Yeah.
once I deplete what I have to offer, because I'm just recording things I've taught for many years and know
Right.
really well, adding some new stuff to it. But there's going to come a time where I run out.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
when I finish doing all the things, that I did, and sharing them and how I did them, then I will. And I'm looking forward to that moment in a couple of years from now when it comes, because then I'll be even more free to develop and do and learn new things. Like maybe I'll dive into the PGM and take a 30-day intensive in Koine Greek at Regent College. Why not? Why
Yeah.
not?
Yeah.
Those things are accessible, and would add a lot of value to my life.
Mhm.
But right now, yeah, a serious book. I talked to Llewellyn and Weiser when I was down at PantheaCon, and I had just had a huge hit lecture, so they were all ears. They offered all of my friends who proposed book deals to them got accepted.
Right.
um, and it's just not something I've ever had any interest in. I've been very skeptical of whether or not you would make more than if you keep the majority percentage yourself, which is what being exclusive through Amazon allows you to be. Also,
Yeah,
if
that's
if
true.
you're touring between countries, they like if I set up a book tour, when I set up like dates between 3 European countries, in just a few minutes, I have books shipped to all of those places
Yeah.
indigenously from their own region.
Yeah.
So that saves, makes it doable, makes it possible to have these souvenirs and books to give out at lectures and stuff.
Yeah. So, okay. So I'm saying like, why isn't there that Wiser book or that Llewellyn book? So, and that sounds very 90s of me. I got to get back up to the 21st century where self-publishing is a thing. And I think self-publishing needs to be a thing. You think about Crowley self-publishing all of his books, and I feel like I I don't need you to be a good writer. I need you to be a good teacher. Not you, but people. Like, you can be a shit writer, but teach me something new. I will pay for your book. And I know, publishers have to look at, okay, marketability, profits, blah, 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 blah. So we're not going to accept your book. Okay, create space. I'll buy your shitty book. I'll buy your shitty writing book as long as you teach me something I don't know, you know?
Yeah.
So I like the idea of self-publishing. So whether it's a publisher, self-publishing, whatever, do you see yourself doing that big from A to Z self-initiation, sort of like, here, this is what you need. If you
No. Yeah. No, I think the best will be to keep that, in a multimedia sort of
okay,
educational website
okay,
form. And I
right,
think also the best way to communicate that information is as an outline, and sort of like, having discussions about it, and audio video content that help talk about it. And obviously we talk about this so much on the podcasts
yeah,
that I'm a part of.
yeah,
There's so many pearls to be mined if you listen closely, and the little insights that people have had. Edward's podcast is great for that as well. Like,
yeah,
yeah, so many people came and gave their insights and experiences. You have to be patient, and really also listen to a lot of stuff. It's But again, this has never
Between
been a
your
path.
podcast and Edward's podcast, if you listen and you really
Yeah,
pay attention, you have a full-blown education there waiting for you if you just pay attention. Your podcast, and that's, um, Edward, as you know, he's not doing his podcast regularly, and that's such a disappointment. I know he's
wow.
having fun in India, I get it, but he's brilliant. He's freaking
Yeah.
brilliant. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah. He
Mm.
he might get back to it. Who knows? Life
Yeah.
moves on. I don't know how long I'll last, especially in the cancel culture climate.
Yeah.
Um, I have my stuff removed all the time. Um, so that's why people should please support the channel, like, subscribe if you guys want to help ensure the longevity, because the cancel culture is coming even more and more. But Edward gave birth to what I'm doing, right? I mean, he
Yeah.
literally called me up and was like, basically, like, wanted to pass the baton. It's a relay race, the
Yeah.
Rosicrucian relay race of the secret stream through space and time. We're all just trying to do our bit to make the world a better
And this
place. And it,
this podcast is your fault because I was using the whole "I'm too busy"
yeah,
excuse, and you're like, "Get it started, get it started." So this is all your fault because
well,
I'm not busy enough.
I think the LVX Files is going to be big. It's going to be awesome. Who wouldn't want to be on the LVX Files?
Exactly.
You'll get a theme song sooner or later, and then we'll be rolling.
I love your music on your podcast. Did you do
Thank
that?
you. Yeah, it's me.
Oh, it is you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. That's from my song "Hallelujah, Baby Babylon."
I love it. I
Yeah,
love it so much.
um, yeah. If there's any Thelema in me, which there isn't, then it comes out in my music. Though
Yeah.
I do like those themes. I love apocalyptic and revelation themes, so I address those a lot
I
in
know,
music. Or
right? Yeah.
Victorian ones like Dorian Gray and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's aesthetically my cup of tea.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's from that song, and it's a single on Spotify. It's on, and then there's a longer version of it on an album on Spotify, and iTunes, and everything. All those platforms that don't pay us anymore.
Mhm.
We're not bitter. We just
No,
can't make music, and we don't get paid for it.
yeah, because I mean, you're a musician, so I kind of had a feeling that that was your music, but I
Yeah,
wasn't sure, and I never thought to ask you. But no, it's great because it's so gothic and dark and Celtic, and it's a really great. I don't know. I just it's I like it's almost horror movie-ish to me.
that breakdown segment from that song. Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah,
my not my aesthetic, like, I mean, I don't walk around looking like I just crawled out of a coffin, but um y- like musically, aesthetics, like art and whatnot, I like things a little darker.
yeah.
And yeah, so no, your music for your podcast is uh I really like it. Yeah, it's really good. So
Cheers. That
yeah.
was a fun album. That was a fun album to create. Um, yeah,
I
I
don't
like
know if I don't
that
know if
group of musicians.
I don't know if I'm gonna get that polished with my podcast, like having like these really like fancy intros and outros and stuff like that. And like I'm just gonna hit record, and when we're done talking, I'm gonna hit stop, and then I'm gonna upload it and then hope people listen to it really. Although the
Yeah,
graphic, my friend Bob Freeman designed the graphic, and I still look at it and I'm like, I can't believe I own this. Like, because it looks so professional. It's so
shout out
nice.
to Bob.
Yeah, and Bob's great. I'm gonna be interviewing him as well, because he's an author. I love his fiction. He's a magician. Parent. He. I don't know if he calls himself a paranormal investigator, but where he lives, there's this Oddfellows Hall, that old abandoned Oddfellows. He's actually there right now tonight. He's just sent me a video of it, and that they've been investigating for ages and whatnot. And so he's
Cool.
great. So his fiction is really, really good. Um he does like occult detective fiction.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which is right up my alley. So he designed the graphic, and so I'm like, that's pretty polished for me, like, because I mean, I couldn't have done that with my paint program, you know.
Yeah.
So it's pretty, it's pretty nice. So I think that's probably going to be as sharp as I'm gonna get. Um, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to talk. I want to interact with people. I don't need a fancy intro and all that jazz.
Yeah.
Just just let me talk, teach me something, and then we're good, you know?
To quote Saint Augustine, love and do what thou wilt.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So you at some point you lived in the temple, didn't you?
Yeah. Um, someone moved out and there was a chance to move in while I was in Portal and after my first year of college. So I broke up with my Scottish girlfriend and moved into the temple. Um, she was becoming an untenable drain on my time,
Mm,
which is something funny to say at 40 about your 19-year-old self, right?
right.
Clearly, what now I can clearly see I just wasn't in love. Right
Right.
now, I would just know like, oh, that's what this is. But when it's like your first or second or third girlfriend, you might not know that yet.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
and so yeah. I remember I woke up one morning. I'd gotten home late from the temple um, at like 2 a.m. So I couldn't call her back on my Nokia. It was too late to call her house with her scary Scottish father, who was hilarious. He did you
Oh,
hear
okay.
about the
For the younger listeners, or viewers, because these videos are going up on YouTube. The Nokia is a cell phone, the size of a brick. No, we're not that
yeah
old. We're not that old.
no my sister could run through like a $50 top up card in a day,
Mm,
because it was
yeah,
like 25 cents a minute that you
yeah,
talked, and that was the only option,
yeah,
really,
yeah.
I believe. Um, anyway, uh, yeah, so I got home late and couldn't, whatever. I woke up to her having broken in through my window and crying on next to my bed because I hadn't returned her call and she thought that I just blown her off the night before,
Right.
but it's like, no, I got home late
Oh, those Scottish
from
girls.
working, and but that was like too much. Like, you can't break in through my bedroom window, and like, you can't break into my home,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
because I worked late.
yeah.
That was too much. It was too much for me to even conceive of.
Right.
Yeah, so I moved into the temple and got a job at Starbucks.
Straight
And
people drama fascinates me. I have to say,
oh
like,
yeah,
you
tell me
people,
more.
no, it's just you people are just so bizarre. Like you guys don't make sense to me.
What about that? What part of that didn't make sense?
I just I don't know. Straight people are weird.
Breaking into the
You're just
the
weird.
place.
You're just weird things. I don't know.
How would that play out if we were both two gay 19-year-olds?
You wouldn't know each other's names or phone numbers. And
So
like
we wouldn't be dating. Well, then
no,
we wouldn't be dating.
no,
Well,
no,
okay.
no. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
If it was two 19-year-olds and you were the top, so therefore he was the bottom, he would have been even crazier breaking into your house because he would have broken into your house and wrecked everything.
Oh, in my imagination, my girlfriend isn't a guy and we're gay. In my imagination, I'm a girl and we're gay.
Okay.
Obviously. Come
Yeah.
on, I'm a straight
Okay.
dude here.
So, right. Okay. So two lesbians. So, oh well. Yeah. The same thing would have happened if you
Yeah,
were
the breaking in through the window, the crying,
Yeah,
the
basically.
why didn't you call me? Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah, pretty much.
yeah. And then she would have gotten her car, hooked up her U-Haul, and driven
And
home.
left. Yeah,
Yeah.
and left. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
that was that. Yeah, I moved into the temple, and that was living in the temple was great. I definitely got on like there was definitely like a I was dealing with a tremendous amount of ego from
Mm.
Philosophists through Portal, like through the first, yeah, like the
Like,
my ego exploded after Practicus when I into Philosophists. Now I worked through some very hard stuff in Practicus,
right.
but also just the energies I was working with, the rituals I was doing, they just made it activated a lot of the sort of the issues that I needed to overcome. And one of them is dealing with this profound light that you're invoking when you're
Mhm.
doing things like the invocation of the higher genius. Like this is the Abramelin period for the Golden Dawn, that
Right.
symbolical 9 months.
Yeah.
For me, it was a year and a half, because you literally have to burn out and burn away that ego and burn it into dross with the light of the spirit. And so for us, that was doing a combination of a pure thoth work almost every day, with a hermetic version of the rosary. So
Yeah.
you had these two forces that counterbalanced each other. One was very mother, goddess, and calming, very watery. The rosary was very watery and loving, doing the Latin Ave Maria and Pater Noster, and then these Hebrew invocations and prayers along with that.
Mm.
Was a great way to ground down and incorporate that really harsh Jehutian current that you were bringing in all the time. And then you add things like that, like once, they'd give you the SIRP to add in for the first time. And it's the first time you're really doing the ritual. And unlike the Donald Michael Craig days when you're like, got the book or your cheat sheets and you're trying to do it, unlike that, you've gone through all this shit. So
Mhm.
then when I finally got the SIRP, I'm like, how are we going to do this? And I read over it. I'm like, yeah, got this. Went in. I just didn't have to look at anything because I already
Right.
knew all the pieces.
Yeah.
I'm just like, how are we going to do this? And
Yeah.
that's what you want. That's where you're getting to actual ritual practice,
Yeah.
where you're getting given rituals one after the other, and you can just look at the pieces and you can put it together because you're operating on things like you're studying like the Z1 and Z2 doc formulas
Right. Right.
and understanding how these things work. Um, yeah, and bringing in then Enochian and great openings and watchtowers and that sort of stuff. It's a lot of magic, and so it's gonna make you feel like godlike,
Yeah.
and you have to transform that in that process. And it was very obvious through my time in Portal when
Mm.
that happened. There was a period in which people and even the members, like the 100+ members of the temple, went from seeing me as this bright shining Portal member who really had gotten through completed the Golden Dawn grades, while he was in high school,
Mm.
and then become one of the I was by then I was teaching teachers
Right.
already in
Right.
Portal,
Right.
right? And
Yeah.
everyone, a lot of people really wanted to be my student. I was maxed out with how many I was teaching regularly outside of classes. You're an officer.
So
You're so busy.
weren't you teaching in the temple really young at like 17 or something?
Yeah, 17 is when
Yeah.
I started teaching in, I was a teacher's assistant in Theoricus in Air. I was a teacher's assistant, and then I became editor, co-editor, assistant editor to the newsletter, which I turned into a larger scale sort of journal for the temple over my years.
Mhm.
And that was in the cut and paste days of the printing and editing and graphic design.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so I was learning to teach from 17 on, and then by 19, like I taught a lot. I taught an incredible amount, like
Yeah.
thousands of hours of teaching that were logged in between personal, private students, direct mentoring and stuff. And that's what you have to do. You have to take people in the temple and teach them theory and make sure they understand that stuff. That yeah. By 19, I was very, I did it when I finally came up with the lecture on the 7 sins and the Klippo. That was a shocker, and I gave that at the international. Then the amount of like inner order members sitting in on the lecture was astounding, and it went on for 5.5 hours to get through
Your
it. And
lecture did?
yeah, my lecture, yeah, people,
Wow.
yeah, and it was definitely one of the most talked about lectures that was ever given. Yeah, period. And to the extent that they would ask me to give it every year after that,
Wow.
and then to lower
Long lecture.
members, no, it's nothing. You were trained. We were trained for it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. It's not that those weights aren't that heavy. when you build up to them,
Yeah.
like the supreme rituals or the advanced rituals. If you're struggling with them, it's because you haven't built up to them.
Right.
Same as like the lifting weights in the gym, right? It's like, oh, why isn't the spirit being evoked? Why can't I visualize these things? Well, did you do the preliminary work? And that's one of the things that was the hardest pill to swallow joining the Golden Dawn, was to stop all the ritual work I was doing and start fresh.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a hard pill to swallow, but thank God I did.
Yeah. Yeah. I would love to be at a podium for 5.5 hours talking. I love public speaking. I love it.
It's a skill. Yeah, it's
It
a
is,
skill.
but I love it. I love public speaking so much.
Yeah, it was one of the biggest things I had to conquer, was like fear of performing, like, that again. But that was something I worked with early in, from, in my, as soon as like that whole fiery, magical, revelational moment in Penticton, being able to represent myself outside of myself was the biggest struggle.
Yeah.
To go from like someone who didn't who would rather be off stage behind the curtain, to being someone who wanted to be, a major character in a school play, or be able to, stuff. But doing rituals in the temple helped that as well. Like, you'll be pushed to do rituals over and over in different ways, so that you change yourself. It changes you. It transforms you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Doing years and years of middle pillars and all the other things, the god forms, like you're living through the skin of a god.
Yeah.
Learning to create elementals to impact, at least your inner world, so that your outer world can be more attuned to that. Those are powerful things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as basic and preliminary as they are.
Yeah.
I really learned through going through the grades that no amount of value could be placed on sticking with the basics. And because everyone around me I saw who fell away and didn't complete anything, didn't complete the grades and graduate, they were all focused, they were all looking at Lesser Key of Solomon from the beginning, the get-go, and they were focusing on all the stuff that wasn't in their material. They were focusing on often everything but what was in their material, because the material wasn't excellently written, wasn't necessarily always clear, and sometimes it would be considered basic, even though it was far advanced from what the original Golden Dawn was teaching in many ways, with and of course a blend of the Stella Matutina and Alpha and Omega traditions, just based on the published literature that's available.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Do you want to take a break?
We could, if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I need like a 5-minute break.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna pause. Perfect. Okay, so we're back.
And we're back.
Yeah. The dogs have been let outside. They got to go pee. So
wonderful.
We're good. Yeah. So you're living at the temple, which is incredible.
Yeah.
You at a certain point were like, you were young, you're teaching people a lot older than you, and you became Hierophant.
Well, yeah. So after what's interesting actually is, after the shift happened in Portal, after I did, gain knowledge and conversation, and was able to receive my motto for the inner order, and there's a mixture of proof of contact with evidence of behavior, because there was a shift in my behavior at a certain point, especially after a year of being in Portal. After a year of that, you stop living like you have anything to attain. You just start being as you are.
Right.
And that's really important. There's some things I'm not going to say, for the specific reason that it has in the past led to people learning how to emulate things, because there's things we all know to look for that people don't realize. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to skip a few things. The shift was very obvious when I stopped sort of being at war with what people told me I should do, and what I wanted to do, and I stopped being as reactionary. And also sort of that light that was so brightly shining externally, this form of this light of the spirit that
Mm.
you're initiated into through the veil of Paroquet is a very powerful thing, because you're dealing purely with spirit then, and it's a whole different environment than the elemental realm. Just
Right.
speaking from a purely sense of mystical connection, and all your ritual work is mainly aimed to increase that. So it is properly and highly theurgic. That's what a lot of our work is. I mean, comparatively to like the grimoire tradition, or in Nokian magic,
Hmm.
it's very little thaumaturgy at all.
Right.
Yeah. But also, I don't see those two things as distinctly separate, more part of a sort of cycle
Right.
of activity, like the circulation of the breath. I think magic's all breathing.
Mm.
And so, yeah, and I got a lot into Francis of Assisi. I was watching like Brother Sun, Sister Moon all the time and singing those songs like Good Work Goes Slowly. I took on a project of painting a very large god form of Harpocrates, and I was an art visual artist. I'm quite well known for not being a painter or visual artist at all.
Right.
So undertaking that was hard, but I did a very good job of it. And it lasted for a while until Martin painted over it because he's a twat. And well, he was the first to, he went into Portal after me, then got into 5 = 6, became an adept in Hierophant while I was still in Portal. So he like went through that because he
Okay.
was older and more ready to take on those things, but
Right.
also he was doing the work, and he was a great magician. And definitely my best friend for that period, like very
Mhm.
close. Like him, and my sister and others would go study all night at cafes after rituals or rehearsals and all of this stuff. So it was very exciting when Martin became Hierophant, and one of the other adepts, the second adept of the temple, Bjorn, had just left, and so it was then Frater Baal Shem Tov and Martin, and then he shortly after, then I got invited into the second order, and got initiated at winter solstice, 2001 2001, yeah, 2001. And even then was not allowed to tell anyone that I was in the inner order for the next year. So no one knew for the whole next year that I was even initiated. So they thought I was in Portal for 2.5 years. And
Wow.
they didn't know until I became the Hierophant a year after being in the inner order and
Why?
taking on Mantle of the Hierophant. Because
Why?
it shouldn't matter to them. We never wore our white robes in front of the outer order. Everyone always wore black robes.
Okay.
We unless you were in an initiation, you never wore different robes. So
Right.
even adepts were wearing black robes. And so it didn't matter if you were in the inner order or not, and your membership there is just, as you've already left the Golden Dawn, whether you join the inner order or not, you're still welcome to be a portal, or just you're allowed to hang out as long as you want.
Right.
You're a graduated alumnus essentially in Portal. There's two kinds of portals really: portals who want to join the inner order and those who don't.
Right.
And then those who just go off on their way to become adepts of the world, as Zink once said to me. And he's like, all of that's fine. Like that's fine. That's where the Golden Dawn tradition is still something to be very valued. And we
Right.
got a lot of shit for being known for, like, eating, sleeping, and shitting Mathers. But we really did for a sort of a time.
Mhm.
Though, of course, everyone brings in all the sources they can get and whatever material they can. Again, this is before this huge occult revolution and the access to materials online. So everything was much harder to come by and
Right.
slower and expensive. Um, but yeah. So then Martin only lasted a few months in the inner order before he wanted to go do his own solo adept temple thing. And he sort of schismed out because he wanted to do it with permission. He wanted an exception to be made so he could start a temple and be the only adept. And they're like, no bloody way. And
Okay.
so he just took off
Right.
and went into a dark place. And we stayed friends for 7 years after that. I
Mm.
visited him once in Montreal. he hooked up with Zaleski, Pat Zaleski, pretty quickly.
Yeah.
After going through some other stuff, including his house burning down with my ninjutsu tape in it. Anyway, that was so I was instantly the second in charge of the temple, like all of a sudden, because when he left, that was very painful. Like, this is so traumatic, because
Right.
you're not even allowed. I couldn't even really talk to him anymore right away for
Right.
years, and because he was actively sort of hostile,
Right.
and grabbed those members and said bad things about all of us, and wrote bad things about me and stuff.
Mm.
And I'm sure I fired back with some things to say about him,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so that's that human shit, man.
Yep.
Because, like, it's one thing to leave a group, but it's another thing to grab as many people as you can and say, you're the real shit,
Yeah.
and follow me.
Right.
And these people are idiots.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's pretty douchey. But
Yeah.
my old best friend and top student did the same thing in that same temple just a few years later, in 2003, 4. So a few years later that happened. But also, that's when things were going strange with the leadership in the States, and Bush was now the president, and there was a big political divide, and most of the members in Canada just wanted to separate, and then shit hit the fan, and boom, schism,
Right.
full on, like, complete shit show. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, my favorite story, and I don't know if I'm skipping ahead in your timeline, the I can't even say this without laughing. The break-in at the temple.
Yeah, that was like early days, in early 2000, in my adepthood, and I was probably Hierophant or Hierophant at the time.
Okay.
But I remember being hauled out of the temple to throw his ass to the curb, but our Fulax did that with her claymore, and
Yeah, but no, but
he-
you got to
that was
tell
it.
the story. You got to tell the story. You've
Haven't I told that enough?
No. Well, no, I mean you have, but you haven't told it on my podcast.
Mm.
And it's my favorite story.
He found out when we had an initiation, and broke into the front, and technically speaking, assaulted our sentinel, our Fulax, or Phylax, the female sentinel, who's armed with a claymore, a huge sword.
Yeah.
So that's stupid. But that was the first time I've ever seen that officer actually needed in an initiation. Because it's like, oh, that's what that person's for. They stand out guard. They take on an Anubis god form and stand guard outside the temple, so that no one may intrude. And he wanted to break into our initiating hall.
Yeah.
And as he told Frater R.C, he stood on the altar of the Hierophant and cursed us, and then we fell. Years later, I don't know what magicians are like. Yes, most rituals, like, I can't see Aaron Leachy being like, yes, can you imagine being like, don't worry, I'll do the ritual for you. It might take 3 to 10 years to take effect. No.
Yeah.
We say the opposite.
Yeah.
It should take, you might take some time, but if it's like, don't think that something happens to you in 10 years or 3-4 years is because you did a ritual 3-4 years ago. That's a bad litmus test for magic.
Yeah, no kidding. No.
Yeah, no, I'd say that's maybe coincidence, surely.
Yeah.
But so that's, he got forced out real fast, but we all got pulled out, and the initiation was disturbed, and it was quite a hullabaloo. Most people didn't know who he was, because they didn't realize he was harassing members of our inner order, like sending, photoshopping their heads onto porn and mailing to the bosses, and all this fax crime and all this other stuff. Yeah, he's a hooligan, and I'm glad he's turned the Golden Dawn into a religion, into the Church of the Golden Dawn, and Mr. Magician Jesus was certainly not a magician by any definitional accuracy.
Yeah, but
him making it a church makes it easier to indicate what's wrong with them.
Yeah.
Right now that it's a church, it's like, okay, what's wrong? Oh, if someone's like, what's wrong with David Griffin's Golden Dawn or fundamentally? It's like, well, it's a church.
Yeah.
And it very much should not be.
Yeah.
But that one is a church. If you want to join the church, fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Enjoy the Thule Society in disguise.
Yeah. So I've Okay, so one of my since you just said that word, one of my fascinations that I love reading up on is Nazi occultism. And so there's the Thule Society, the mystical land of Thule. I've never heard it pronounced in German. I've heard it pronounced in Danish as Thule.
Yeah,
How is it pronounced in German?
Tula,
No,
Tula,
Tula.
Tula.
Okay, that's close to Danish. I've heard it pronounced in Danish as Thule, and I like Thule because it's a little harder. Like I'm like Thule is like a magical land of fairies and lollipops. Thule. It's like Thule.
But what if I said like
Kill everyone.
Le Lokens Avan, willkommen in dem Tulis Gesellschaften.
See, now that kind of turns me on.
That's sort of like dark, yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Wir sind in die Thule
yeah.
Gesellschaft und wir werden die ganze Welt sterben mit unser großer Krieg. Like,
I mean, I mean, someone could be like, "I'm gonna slit your throat."
Everything sounds
Dismember
menacing in
you.
German.
And as long as you say it in German, I'd be like, "Bring it on, daddy." Like bring it on.
Yeah, it's
Like
a fun language.
that. Yeah,
I love German poetry. It's one of my
I'm like,
most read
that's just
things.
hot. And someone's like, "Do you know what he just said to you?" I'm like, I don't care. I may die tonight. I don't care.
Yeah, you should never go to Berlin because you won't leave. You'll
I
go to Kit Kat Club and vanish.
that doesn't sound like a bad idea actually. So, but I if I were able to experience any era in history, I think I would want to experience that interwar period in Germany, the Weimar Republic era.
Yeah, you would, eh?
Oh, well, I mean, the cabarets and the gay scene and the just the occult scene. I mean, the occult scene was just flourishing and huge in that era. And it
Yeah,
wasn't
Churton did a book on that, didn't he? Tobias Churton.
I love Tobias Churton. But did he write a book on that era?
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember.
He wrote a book on Crowley's
That's right. It's just
Berlin,
that's right. That's
which
right.
I
That's
own.
what it is.
But and it's not all like I need to qualify this. That interwar period wasn't all Nazism. Like that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, oh, I love Nazism. That's not what I'm saying. But there was a period between World War One and World War Two before the Nazis came to power, where there was just like a thriving occult scene and a thriving uh, LGBT scene. And it was so metropolitan. And I would love to be able to experience that in that time. Like I'm experiencing that now, but in that time because it's such a small, specific pocket and geographical area of time and place that it would be fascinating, to be able to go into a time machine and experience that. So yeah. Anyways,
Yeah,
that's a little tangent that we went on, but whatever.
I like tangents.
Yeah, we're not on a script. We're not on a script. So, but getting back to the script, so at a certain point, um, you're the Hierophant, you shut down the temple.
Yeah, we were actually, and like we were at that stage of growth where I didn't even necessarily know. Like I was imperator, so it was hard. It was a lot of work, and I didn't even necessarily like. I wouldn't even necessarily meet the people applying for initiation
Right.
until they were getting initiated, or until I had to scry their mottos.
Right.
That's how busy we were,
Mm.
and I had people well trained, that I taught to handle that, and we were growing. And what actually closed the temple was a fire inspection we had been dodging the fire department for all the internal construction of multiple temples and all of these things. Like, you know, we filled up a large empty space with a lot of stuff. So,
Right.
you know, eventually they got us. Our rituals worked for so long, but eventually it was inevitable.
Yeah.
And so that they coded us, which is funny since there's been several businesses then after that was vacant for a long time, and those businesses are using the same structures that we constructed in them. So it's like illegal for the ones who put them up.
Yeah.
But it's sort of
Yeah.
okay for whoever rents it after that, which is a weird thing in the law. But yeah,
Here's the question for you. So you're living back in Vancouver now. So do you do you ever go by that building?
yeah.
And
Every week or two, whenever I go play D&D, I Uber past it.
and and
It's
what,
a funky place now. I should go in and do a little video.
but are you like
There was years it was for rent that some old members and me and talked about. Members would suggest to me to restart things, reopen it, because a lot of the ones from you know, a lot of the ones who were the younger members who were part of the end of it didn't really, you know, there was ones who had been around for even longer than that, who sort of were a bit more mature.
right.
Right. Yeah, we had a strange wave of people that felt that they shouldn't have to like do anything. Like, you know, we had a bunch of people who weren't going to get into the inner order in Philosophists or Portal, who also didn't want to practice the rituals really anymore. They were turning it more into a social club. Like, that's not what this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what this is.
Yeah.
At all. That's like, you know, more, you know, there's OTO and there's other groups for people who want a more social club or religion or masonry, but this is a place for people who are actually involved in doing this work, not for, you know, yeah, sorry. Yeah. And that's when it's time for usually for people to move on, but instead they were like, no, we just think our way of doing things better, and that's it, you know?
Yeah.
So
It is what it is.
yeah. Yeah.
So you eventually had to shut down the temple.
Yeah. So I closed it down and I moved all the stuff to my best friend at the time's house till we looked for a new place. And we were looking at a lot of different buildings all the time. Me and a couple other people were going around because, you know, we had the dues to pay rent on a place. And during that period, that's when the shit went really bad. And yeah. The guy who had the stuff in his house still has the stuff in his house, and he caused this huge schism.
To this day.
Yeah, he caused this huge schism, and I warned everyone about him. He you know, he still has some of my things to this day, and we tried to patch things up over the years, but eventually he decided to vanish entirely. And he resurfaced in Frater R.C.'s world, and Frater R.C. and me are personal friends.
Yeah.
And so I warned him at a buddy's wedding in 2005 about this guy, Daniel, and he forgot. And in 2017, when he called me up and told me that Daniel, and just asked me to describe what had happened back in the day, and I told him, and he's like, "That's exactly what this same guy just did to us. Tried to like oust me from my own order, take everything over." All this shit. I was like, yeah, I told you.
Wow.
He's like, I can't. He's like, I can't believe I forgot that. Yeah. I will never. You know, I'll always regret forgetting that you would warn me about that person. Yeah. But I was like, well, you know, and that's life.
Yeah.
You know, he's that dude's a counselor of abused people, and some of those people have made websites about him that I've been like, whoa, that's what you know, that's what happens when you abuse your power as a sex therapist. Yeah. So, you know, some of his female patients have been very unhappy with the things he said. Apparently, I just noticed that online, but shit shows, man. Shit shows.
Yeah. So, let's okay.
But I moved on, right? So I was in seminary. Yeah. I had enrolled in seminary once I became an adept
Oh,
basically the same
that's
year.
what I was getting
Yeah,
to. 'Cause I think when we got back from the break, I was gonna say, okay, so you became a Christian. So after the temple shut down, that's when you entered seminary, correct?
no, no, no,
Oh,
no. In 2000, 2000, during my year off doing those jobs and being in Portal, I applied to the Graduate Theological College at UBC
okay.
and applied for their Masters of Divinity program after I'd only done 1 year in college. I
Mm.
gave them my Celtic Mysteries of W. Yeats book, which I had written as my high school thesis, and is a hardbound book. And they freaked out and skipped me over my bachelor's and put me in my master's so I could do the priestly training in their seminary and
Oh,
get my Master's of Divinity. So I was doing all that this whole time as Temple Tahuti slowly,
okay.
rose to its heights and fell. And they all went off doing their thing. I had been accepted to do my PhD in 2004 at the Association of Studies of West Esotericism, the ASE Association, by Nicholas Goodwin Clark. He'd accepted me as a student at his esotericism program at Wales Lampeter. And then he moved to Exeter, I finished my MDiv because I wanted the MDiv. He actually said, just skip your MDiv now and do the PhD right away. You'll be done by 2006, 7 with your PhD. I'm like, but then all I'll have is a PhD, and I really love what I'm learning. I'm learning Hebrew, I'm learning Aramaic, all of
Yeah.
these great things. So I wanted to, he's like, oh, fair enough, fair enough. See, so,
Mhm.
and then in 2005, when I finished the MDiv, I was still teaching some students. I had 2 private students, one who lived with me and one who was active, who wanted to work with me and who we just talked on the phone. One was my remaining best friend from my Dungeons and Dragons days, John. We lived together, had temples in our houses, did crazy stuff, and I initiated him through up to Theorcus. He's
Okay.
now with the Fellowship of the Golden Dawn, though he might get mad at me saying that, but that's okay. Sorry, John, I love you, man. This stuff, no one knows who you
I'm
are.
not editing anything.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
John. Sorry, John
Whatever.
Smith.
He's had a remarkable life, and he should be more vocal about it. He's got a master's in divinity, a master's in medieval studies from York in England,
Oh,
and he should
cool.
be out there on podcasts broadcasting himself as much as he can, because he's an amazing dude, and I love you. And get out there, John.
And
Claim your power. But anyway, so I and the other guy was my celebrity wannabe student, Jeff Martin from the Canadian band The Tea Party.
right.
And we stayed in as much touch as possible. He always wanted to talk about flying me places, but to teach him. But I'm like, no, you like, at that time he was very big deal still and didn't have the time. He
Yeah.
didn't have the time.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's the reality. But I was gearing up for doctoral studies and had finished my wee opus, and so that was my life. And I was also working as the director of youth ministries for the Anglican Church of Canada,
Right.
and I was preaching, doing homilies in the Anglican Church every Sunday,
Yeah.
supervised by priests and bishops. My spiritual director was Dr. Bishop Jim Cruikshank, and I had a lot of good mentors, a lot of academic mentors who kept me focused on that sort of study. And then, towards the end of things, as I was finishing my master's in Temple Tahuti was wrapping up, I started messing around with Irish instruments and trying to see if there was any room for music in my life. And moving to Ireland in 2005 really cemented that.
Yeah.
I put PhD on a part-time back burner and just focused on traveling the world and playing music. Which was good. We made a lot of albums.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good move on your part.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And when
In
you
2009, just so after a couple of years of that, I tried to return to doctoral studies. Had to leave Belfast when I got sick because I had undiagnosed celiac disease. I weighed like 425 pounds.
right.
I didn't know what was wrong with me. I was getting iller and iller. I was
425
29.
pounds. Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Oh yeah. Like there's very few video and footage of me from that time because of that fact. There's a picture of me with Jerry Adams, because how could I not take a photo with Jerry Adams, and like Mara Niwini, who I got to interact with a lot and sit in sessions jamming with her on the fiddle. She's in the band Altan. She runs the band Altan, and I got to hang out with those people a lot over there and play and learn with them. So that was very, very cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, my health was bad. So I had to come back here. And yeah, by the time I got that under wraps in 2011, found out I had celiac disease and dropped down to like 130 pounds for a couple of years. That Nicholas died, and that was a wrap on the doctoral program. And the students couldn't finish their degrees. Teachers lost their jobs, and that was that. Yeah, the program was mainly funded, I believe, was an endowment from the Theosophical Society in large part to the university, because it takes an endowment to establish a chair at a university.
Yeah.
So Nicholas Goodwin Clark had gone from directing the Center for Western Esotericism and Theosophy at the University of Wales, Lampeter, to being the chair of a department for Western Esotericism at Exeter. And that was a huge deal. So it's really sad that he died so suddenly at 59, such a young age. And but his expertise and studies on the occult roots of Nazism is his main book, and The Black Sun: Understanding the Secret Rituals of Hitler's SS, and Savitri Devi, Hitler's Priestess. They're remarkable books. I wonder how little we would still know about the insidiousness of Hitler's spirituality if it wasn't for his life's work. So I think we all owe him a debt of thanks. And it's unfortunate we are sort of, it's almost taboo to study that because but if we don't, that's how these, and sometimes I worry that the reason people don't want us to study that is because they're doing the same thing just with a new paint job.
Okay, so number one, anytime I bring up my studies of Nazi occultism, I have to qualify it by saying I'm not studying it to be a Nazi occultist. You know what I mean? But number two, if historians took the whole occultist, pagan, border sciences elements of Nazism more seriously, would we have had Trump? Because you learn about Hitler's rise and the influence of border sciences and occultism that played a part in that rise, and Trump mirrors that so exactly. Like, it's a cult. It's a cult. It's not.
I see what you mean about the cult.
Just a political party. It's a political party plus a cult wrapped around this one figure. And historians love to deny that aspect of Nazism. Nazism was just a political party. It was just a political party. No cult, no occultism.
People also like to forget that it was proposed to be a socialist political party.
Well, it's funny about that because, all these Republicans and conservatives, socialism, Nazis. Okay, well, so the Nazis were the aristocrats that were scared about the communists coming in from Russia, and the communists were a big problem, and they wanted to get a handle on it. And the German workers were all like, oh, this communism idea sounds pretty good. So the aristocrats were like, hey, we need to create a political party that sounds like we're in it for the workers. So hence the NSDAP. They created a socialist party for the workers to combat communism. There is nothing socialist about the Nazis. Like it's not democratic socialism, it's national socialism. Like it's
all that.
Two different things,
all that shit's an ideological mess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, I'm talking to a Canadian. That's right.
Yeah.
I noticed something the other day here. There's like little pronunciation differences we have with Americans. Like some people don't know what we're talking about, but it's pretty obvious that, there's these major pronunciation differences. I realized Americans say ideologically. and we say ideologically, but Americans
Yeah.
say ideologically. I never noticed that before, that they have changed that word as well in the pronunciation. It doesn't matter. It's all the same shit. No one cares. No one really cares. If you care, you're a dick. But it's interesting. It's interesting how words change. So ideologically, because it makes me think of a different structure to the meaning of the word. Like, it's like the word has something to do with logic or ideas, whereas it has much more to do with
I tend to overthink things. So when I hear ideologically, I kind of think, oh, I'm kind of suspicious of that pronunciation. That pronunciation makes me suspicious. And I'm sure it's not anything. I'm sure it's just a regional pronunciation. But
yeah.
but when I hear ideologically, I kind of feel like there's a little bit of I'm like, oh, I don't know
Because
about that.
you know, when you're first learning a new word, or when you're young and you're learning words for the first time, you sort of look at little parts of them and get ideas of what they mean, even if you're wrong, you're totally wrong.
Yeah.
Like idiot, the word ideology or ideologically isn't better understood through the two words idea and logically, not intrinsically.
Yeah.
But hearing it that way does make you think of those two structures, those two.
Yeah.
I'm avoiding using semiological terms, because that's how we break down these words, as semiotics. But so without going to that terminology, whereas I grew up thinking, when I first heard the word ideological, I of course broke down the phrase id, thinking of Freud. So the word ideologically, or ideology, to me, the first thing I thought of was the id, this sort of spontaneous animalistic thing, which does not help actually clarify what the word means. But it's interesting how we shape these understandings and how they grow nascently. So that's that was funny.
Anyways, people, Nazism is bad, and so is Trump, and anything Trump says. And if you don't like what I just said, don't hit subscribe.
Yeah, I forgot that you were a Hillary fan. I actually sort of saw.
I love Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not going to dwell on politics for too long, but number one, I love Hillary Clinton. Number two, I love Bill Clinton more. Number three, the Queen of England is the most important person in the entire world, in the entire universe.
She's not a reptilian, people. She's not a reptilian.
Not a reptilian. I am a huge monarchist, and I love the Clintons. I have no apologies. I have zero apologies.
See, I would have seen during that election, I actually saw more Hillary as Hitler, and I saw Trump as Cthulhu. And that's when I was like, yeah, I think you guys are in trouble.
The problem with a two-party system is you and I've talked about this.
Yeah, we don't have. Yeah, we went on to.
You and I've talked
on my episode. Check it out, people.
Yeah. Okay. So go on Magic Without Fears, because number one, Frater R.C. here has he does my favorite podcast, so just check it out anyways. But the episode where he had me on, and we talked about politics a bit, and the problem with a two-party system is it doesn't actually become, it's not actually clear cut. Like, you think two-party, left, right, and it's so clear cut, and it isn't, because there's so much about the Democrats that can be very fascist, where we as Canadians would associate purely with the right, and it gets really complicated. So we're not going to dwell on politics here.
No, this is pure Canadian content.
Yeah, but I love Hillary Clinton. I love Bill Clinton, and like I said, that the Queen of England is the most important person in the world. I love them all. I'm not a fan of Biden. I'm not a fan of Bernie Sanders. Yeah, that's just how it is. I don't expect my politicians to be perfect. The funny thing is, if I was an American, I wouldn't be saying I love Hillary Clinton and I love Bill Clinton, because like, I always vote NDP, New Democratic Party here in Canada.
Yeah, that's what I usually vote.
Yeah, our leader I shouldn't say are because I'm not a member of the New Democratic Party, but I always vote for them. The leader of the NDP is Jagmeet Singh. I have nothing against the man as a person, just like Justin Trudeau, our prime minister. I would probably have a great time hanging out with Justin Trudeau, but as a prime minister, I think he's almost as ill suited to be prime minister as like any conservative party candidate I can think of.
Yeah.
Jagmeet Singh really needs to step it. Like if Jagmeet Singh really has dreams of being prime minister, he really needs to step it up. But I don't love the politicians I vote for. They're politicians.
Yeah, yeah.
They're humans. They're fallible. They're not perfect. They have their own agendas. They're politicians. They're servants. But because I'm not an American, I get to look at Hillary Clinton and her history and the work when she was a lawyer, the work she did for women and for children, and be like, I love that about her. And I get to love her because she's not one of my politicians, because she's American and I'm not American. If I was American, I wouldn't say I'd love her because then she's just a politician. She's just a servant. Do your job or don't do your job. If you don't do your job, then I'm not going to vote for you. Fuck you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you
Um,
think some of that has to do with the fact that, the idea that we sort of perceive America as a TV show to us in some ways?
America
It's
is a
just,
TV show.
yeah.
But no, I'm just saying, like if I was British, I wouldn't love any of my British politicians. Politicians aren't meant to be loved. They're meant to work. Do your job. I'm harder on the politicians that I vote for than like Aaron O'Toole. I know Aaron O'Toole's an idiot. He's the Conservative Party leader. I know he's an idiot because he's the Conservative Party leader. Jason Kenney, closet homo. He hates himself for being a homo, therefore he hates all homos. Therefore he's just a horrible person. I know he's a horrible person. I expect him to be a horrible person. What So I'm not going to be like on Twitter like, oh, you people are evil, because I know that. That's why I didn't vote for them. But when Jagmeet Singh does something stupid, I'm like, because I voted for the NDP. I expect you to be better. So I'm harder on the politicians that I vote for than the politicians that I don't,
Sure, yeah.
because I voted for you to do what you said. You're not doing what you said. So bring down the hammer.
Yeah.
So
Do you
no,
think with
I
our
don't
three
I
party,
don't love our politicians, the exception being Janice Irwin. Huge Alberta lesbo. Love you. Love your plaid. Love your Birkenstocks. Love your Crocs. Mwah. But again,
yeah.
I can't vote for Alberta politicians, so I get to love her.
Could you
I love Rachel
imagine one of
Notley.
these
I love
politicians that
Rachel Notley. Love
can you
Rachel.
imagine one of these? I'm trying to imagine one of these politicians you're shouting out to right now and giving your love so beautifully to. I'm trying to imagine one of them sitting down and watching everything else we've talked about
I
on
know.
this podcast
No,
up until this
Janice
point.
Irwin. No, Janice Irwin would be cool. Janice Irwin follows me on Twitter. I love her. She's fantastic. She's super lesbian. But again, like I said, because she's a provincial politician, I can't vote for her. So I get to love her because
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
not
yeah,
one of my, you know what I mean?
yeah.
So yeah, no, don't love your politicians. They're not gods. Biden isn't smooth. Trump isn't Rambo. They're just politicians. They're servants. They need to do their jobs or they're out. Fire them. Like fuck off. Donate your money to whatever party you want to, but don't love your politicians. That's stupid. Love the Queen of England. Love the Queen of England because she's amazing. And she's 95. She just had her birthday. And she's the most important person in the world.
Not a reptilian.
Besides me. And she's not a reptilian.
No, not at all.
You believe she's a reptilian.
I don't think that.
Yeah, no, I'm just
No,
I'm just
I don't. I don't think that there's reptilians among
I
us.
know.
But do you think that the fact that we have the three-party system makes it more likely that we are? I think most people I know change their vote to vote on issues more
I
than the
mean, we're more
party.
flexible with
Yeah.
their votes. Like
I don't.
I know
It seems like
people.
we don't identify with our party as much as Americans do with their
No.
two parties. Like they are their party, whereas
Yeah.
we have these three parties. We know they all sort of suck. But which one is offering us the best deal at this
Yeah.
time,
Yeah.
and which one do we think is most competent at delivering at least what they say they're going to deliver? And then when we get pissed off, like you remember when we all abandoned the NDP over GST, right?
Yeah.
Like we voted them in, they added this huge new tax. It's still there to this day.
Yeah.
And we're like, that was for years. Like that's how the
Well,
Conservative Party was running things for 10 years after
look,
that, because we were just like, fuck that.
yeah, look at Quebec. Now, Quebec is one of our provinces. Now, this is really complicated because Quebec is a French province. So it's and they they're colonizers. I mean, they're from France colonizing indigenous lands, but yet because they lost the war against the British for control of Canada, they now act like they're colonized victims. So
Yeah.
it's kind of complicated. Now I like so my father, okay, my mother's side is Irish, my father's side is French Canadian. So French Canadians like to act like they're like colonized victims.
We
So
just came here, we killed all the First
yeah,
Nations, and then they thunked us on the head. It is so unfair.
yeah. Thanks, Celine Dion. So uh, it's a little complicated, but we kind of Quebec is a province of Canada, but it's kind of a nation.
Yeah.
So Quebecers are really fickle when it comes to party like who they vote for. Like
Oh yeah.
they they'll jump ship, which is so smart. I've always
Oh
admired,
yeah.
I've always admired Quebec and their culture up until they're like, oh, let's make it a law that makes it illegal to wear hijabs. Oh, no, religious symbols, hijabs. And then up till that point, that was a couple of years ago, I'm like, oh, you guys aren't as great as I thought you were. But Quebec kind of is. They're kind of awesome politically because they're like, you work politicians, hey, listen up. You work for us. If this is what you're campaigning on and we like it, we're gonna vote for you. You win, do your job. You don't do your job, we're gonna go to the next person. Like they're smart that way. Like they're really fickle politically, which is great. So they'll vote like a liberal government in, and then they just voted this like racist cack in, and the Parti Québécois almost died, and then it was revived under Blanchette. I mean, he is hot, and his accent, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna totally take my clothes off for you. But his politics, I'm like, okay, don't talk politics, and I'll take my clothes off for you. Talk politics, and I, might just go home. It's complicated. Quebec's complicated. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
out of touch on that stuff.
Yeah, but go to Montreal because Montreal's great.
Just cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, okay, so that was a real tangent. That's Canadian politics for you. Vote NDP. Any Canadian that's listening to me, vote NDP. Um, uh, or if you're in Toronto, Central Toronto, I don't know, Emily, which riding she's running for. She's the Green Party leader. If you're in her riding, vote Green, because we can afford to have her in. So do that.
Of course,
And
here in British Columbia, we have the very popular BC Marijuana Party.
yeah, and love
Yeah.
the Queen, because the Queen is amazing. And my only regret in life, I will never meet her. That is literally my only regret in life, that I have no occasion to meet her. There's no reason for her to be like, hey bitch, come on over. Like, let's eat.
If you live to 100, actually, my grandma is turning 99 this year. My little 4'11" Dublin Irish grandma is yeah, and if she turns 100, the Queen calls you in
Right.
Canada
Yeah.
on your 100th birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you actually, if you were a bit older,
Yeah.
the Queen, the Queen, I think actually could be alive when you turn 100.
I was
But
just gonna
she's a
say, there's a
reptilian.
good chance. There's a good chance she'll be
If she's a
alive when I
reptilian.
turn
Wait,
100.
so this is actually, it's to your benefit that you believe she is a reptilian
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
some immortal alien who will call you up on your 100th
Yeah.
birthday. It could happen still.
Yeah. I met Prince Philip and I met Prince Charles. So that was
Oh,
great.
geez. Wow.
No, that was great. But
You aren't messing.
um but no, I'm desperate to meet the Queen, but like I said, there's no reason for me to be invited to the palace. Like there's like, she does those events where, like these I don't know, they just they send people to the palace, like people that do good things in life, and they're like, and they do this big event and they get to have a garden party, meet the Queen. uh, I'm never gonna be invited to meet the Queen, and that sucks. That's bullshit. That's
Yeah.
bullshit. I deserve to
I'm
meet
sorry,
the
man.
Queen.
Oh.
I know I'm talking to the wrong person.
No, it's hilarious. I
Yeah.
find it
I know
very
I'm talking
hilarious.
to the wrong person, but I
Like,
mm,
if that was your biggest wish in life, that's
I
okay.
love the
Like you,
Queen. Long live the monarchy. I love the Queen. Long live the monarchy. I mean, I it's just fantastic. And she's an amazing person. And yeah, I want to meet her. And like I said, when I was doing your podcast, I know she listens to Magic Without Fears. So I sent this message to her
the Queen of England.
podcast. And now she's probably going to listen to my podcast. I'm just going to say this on my podcast. Your Majesty, I know you're
Oh
listening.
my God.
Send me an invite. You got my address.
Yeah.
You got to meet.
Well, I
We'll
would be
meet.
on that podcast if she brings that son of hers along to answer a few questions that the world has for him.
Oh, Andrew the pedophile, but he's such a dick. Like I can't stand Prince Andrew.
See,
And
he was
this is really hard for me to say because I'm like, I don't like saying anything negative about the royal family. But Prince Andrew is just a dick, period. And I'm not surprised at all that he's dicking underage girls that have been like kidnapped into the sex trade. That doesn't surprise me one bit. With him, it doesn't surprise me one bit. And I don't like saying that because I don't like speaking ill of the royal family, but that just doesn't surprise me at all.
So
At all.
why is it that you believe that Andrew is guilty of those things, but Bill Clinton isn't?
And, has Bill Clinton ever been accused of with underage girls?
Yeah, on the Epstein Island, he flew with Epstein like 26 times. There's photos of
No,
him
no, no,
laying
no,
on
no,
the
no, no,
island
no,
with
no,
the
no, no,
girls.
no, 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 no. Okay, flying with Epstein is one thing, but like actual accusations, like, oh, Bill Clinton fucked me when I was 16 years old.
Yeah, well, people, if you know of them, comment below.
No, I'll totally
Yeah,
be like,
I don't know. I don't know that much about all that stuff. So
I believe
I
the
was made,
victims.
but I thought that
I
was an interesting question to ask.
No, I believe the victims. So if
Yeah.
there's like if that happened, yeah, totally. But I don't know. I haven't heard anything about Bill Clinton sleeping with underage prostitutes of Epstein's. Although why
I'm sure your comment section will let us know.
I know.
It is YouTube after all.
Like why else would you be going to Epstein's Island, I guess?
Yeah, that's the
I don't
main
know. I
thought.
don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Get,
then if
you know,
that was true, if everyone who went to the island, that would mean that like all of like Gates and tons of scientists went
yeah,
there.
no,
There's like
that's
tons of people. It's
no,
not
no,
like
no, that's
it's
true.
obvious that people went there who didn't then
Yeah,
engage
yeah,
in worshiping in the temple and
yeah.
whatever blood
No,
sacrifices they were doing.
send me I don't mean
Oh,
actually
I don't know about this stuff.
I
I don't
don't mean
know.
send
I
me
sort of
accusations, but if there's teenage teenagers that were put into the sex trade from Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein, and they're like, yeah, Bill Clinton when I was 16. I'm like, I'll believe the victims, you know. But you know, if until then, I'm like, I love Hillary and I love Bill.
Oh yeah, more power to you.
Yeah.
Um,
And the Queen of England, who is the most important person in the world, and I love you so much. Call me
yeah,
girl.
I mean, I've studied enough history and been fascinated by enough royal families and country developments to understand it. But I don't hold I don't see the rule like the royalty and politicians. I see them all as pretty universally bad. I can't get on the same boat with you
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
hold any of them up to that. I could never say I love any of them really,
See that, you
because
know,
I've just been involved in power structures too long, and I know
yeah,
the
yeah,
bullshit and such horrible things happen at low levels.
yeah,
It's not surprising to hear about these atrocious things at high levels. It's incredibly believable.
yeah.
So yeah, I,
I don't know. I don't
I'm a
know.
little black pilled in that way.
I see, like I said, like I don't love my politicians. They're like, just do you agree?
Yeah,
Do you,
yeah, no, that's what we vote for up here for sure.
I get to
Yeah,
love other countries' politicians because they're not my politicians. You know what I mean? Like they don't affect, and I don't mean that in a selfish way, like, well, they don't affect my life, so I don't care. I don't mean in that way. I just like I okay, let's go back to Hillary and Bill Clinton. I find them incredibly engaging individuals. I love Hillary Clinton's past the work she did for children and for women's rights. Um and I respect that and I appreciate that out of from her, because I'm not an American. um you know, in like, oh, this person got elected and this shit happened. You know, I'm separated from that. So I get to be like, well, I kind of love her for that work because her election and her defeat didn't directly affect me. Um but no, but monarchies, I no, I just they're they're fantastic. They're fascinating to me.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know, they really are. Um, um, King Harold of Norway, I mean, he's a billion years old by now, but I mean, he was a little kid during World War II, and his story, Crown Prince Olaf and Princess Martha, um, like having to flee the Nazis and Norway, and it's just, you know, and Prince Olaf, like, living to 1991, you know, he became king in the 50s, living to 1991. It's just, I don't know. It's just they uh monarchies fascinate me, and I don't know. I respect the institution. And of course, being a Canadian citizen where the queen is our head of state, I respect that. um, I don't know. You know,
yeah, yeah. No,
whatever.
it's interesting to hear someone I like talk about, the sort of the opposite point of view to the one I hold,
Yeah.
because it's just curious.
I
It's
mean,
interesting.
they're not infallible. I'm not saying like just because they're royals, they're perfect. Um, Prince Andrew is a prime example. I know he's a dick, and I 100% believe that he was screwing teenagers that
Yeah, I
were,
think
no, he was
the
totally
evidence seems to
screwing
be in. Yeah,
teenagers that were forced into like sex trafficking. That I believe 100%. Um I don't know. I don't you know, if someone said to me, like, asked me, why do you love monarchies? Why do you respect monarchies? Why do you think monarchies are valid? I couldn't answer it because it doesn't make sense. monarchies don't really make sense in the 21st century, but in a way they do. And to me, in my mind, they still do. Um, I don't know. I
Yeah.
can't answer it. I don't know. I don't care if you don't like it. You don't like my opinion. Like,
No, no, no.
no,
I'm
not
just
you
fascinated.
personally, but I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
like
yeah.
anyone
All right.
listening, you don't like my opinion about monarchies or the Queen of England specifically. I don't give a fuck. Like I mean, I don't care about anyone's opinion about me anyways. So whatever. Whatever.
Yeah. Well, beware if you care if you go on YouTube caring about what people think of you. I'll tell you that. I went on YouTube. I started going on YouTube in
Yeah.
2007, and it was like right away,
Yeah.
like
I really
hatred.
do. I really
Welcome
do.
to Hate Land.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
oh
I
yeah.
really do. I really do. You know what? Like, well, like I said to you on the phone the other day, every insult is a compliment. You insult me, it's a compliment. You compliment me, it's a compliment. If you're focusing on me, that's a compliment. Good or bad, it's a compliment.
Uh, can we
Bring it
take
on.
another minute
Bring
before
it on.
we maybe wrap up with some more magic stuff and that sort of thing? Can I take another 2-minute break?
Do you want to take a break?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, just
I'm
to run
gonna
to the
hit
bathroom.
pause. Yeah, I'm gonna hit pause right now.
Do it.
All right. Okay, so we've talked enough about queens and pedophiles. So let's okay. So you shut down Temple Tahuti,
Oh
you
gosh.
you went to seminary.
Finish seminary during that time in the Golden Dawn.
Yeah,
Well, in the inner order there, Rosea Rubea et Aurea Crucis.
yeah,
And yeah, the leader of that order was doing some sketchy things, and
yeah.
it took them another 6-7 years to get rid of him, to sort that out. But yeah, for a lot of us, the writing was on the wall. A lot of the best adepts who I respected and loved the most, like we're just leaving like one after the other dominoes. um and so yeah, that was a big shift in life.
Yeah.
And finished seminary, went over to Ireland, and played music in a Celtic band.
Yeah,
Well,
and
though
you
I brought a
actually
lot of hmm?
no, go ahead.
Hmm? I brought a lot of Hebrew Bibles and Hebrew texts with me, so I was continue keeping that alive and well as I was also starting my research on Evelyn Underhill for my doctoral dissertation.
Yeah. And you
Yeah.
actually connected with some OTO members while you were in
Um,
Ireland.
that was, yeah,
And
over the years, yeah, like especially my last year, I was in Belfast living there and had a girlfriend who lived in an OTO oasis, so I moved in there eventually for a while, and did some teaching and hanging out with the AA adepts
mhm,
who, yeah, it was really cool to. That was the first time I sort of opened my mind to OTO and AA, and even though it wasn't for me, my girlfriend was an initiate and they were all initiates, but they didn't know any of the GD stuff at all.
right.
They sort of just read about it. They might, so and so they wanted me to teach that sort of stuff, and I did some like Thoth invocations and other history lectures, and theory and all of this sort of stuff. Yeah, that's when I realized we're all sort of studying the same stuff, and the GD really is more of a magical school that you start and finish,
Yeah.
and that's where it has value. Um, to just keep doing that in its special role.
Yeah. Now, so when I learned about you teaching some members of the OTO over in Ireland, what got me curious about that is was that an Ireland specific OTO thing, or was that OTO in general? Because I just assumed that OTO was, a magical order, and they're doing their magical teachings, da 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 da. And it kind of sounds like maybe not. Or
um, Again, it's better explained by someone who's been through it. I've never been to an OTO
yeah,
initiation. I mean, I went with Lon and Chris Bennett to one Gnostic Mass in Vancouver, um, and that's about it. Yeah, haven't even read the theoretical material to see how they use the GD basis how it was used.
Yeah.
And when people I'll reference a technique, and one of my friends like Ryan on his, or someone else will reference a Liber Resh or whatever thing that thing is, known in the OTO or AA, and we can sort of talk about it. Then I get to see some of the differences, but because the religiosity of it is something I don't feel is needed, and I definitely don't want that sort of redefining things and reinterpreting them to a new religious movement is fine.
Yeah.
It's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in learning learning the traditions as they are, and then
Do you know, is the OTO and the AA, are they completely separate?
Well, so there's different branches, different lineages of OTO and AA, and I'm not familiar with the differences between them. I know there's the McMurtry ones, Grady McMurtry, and I've talked to some of his students, and I don't actually know the different lineages very well. I know David Shoemaker, I think, represents one, and he was just on Ryan Villa's Practice Behind the Obscure podcast, and I talked to James Wasserman a few times, but again, I'm not up to date on what those branches are. I just know there's different branches, like the people in Belfast were a different branch than the McMurtry one out of some thing in England. Maybe Kenneth Grant stuff. I don't even know, because again, it just didn't interest me. It's like I love studying the Hebrew Bible and the Targums and the pseudepigrapha, but when I'm talking to a Hasidic rabbi or Jewish person, I'm never interested in how I might practice their religion. I'm interested to hear about religious practices, but it's not a personal interest I have. So same with OTO. It's just like I wasn't looking to pick up a religion at all. I was quite happy with
Richard,
how I was.
Yeah, Rich Kaczynski, he wrote Perturabo.
Yeah.
We follow each other on Twitter, and I'd like to hopefully, I don't know if he does podcasts or whatnot, but
I can email him. I talked to him a lot when I was coordinating Crowley Mass.
Yeah,
because I ran that.
Yeah, he seems friendly. I mean, on Twitter, he seems really friendly. I'd like to interview him and
yeah, he's cool. He's a musician too.
Because I mean, I'm not like, Crowley interests me. I don't have any interest in following Crowley, AA, OTO.
He's fascinating, isn't he?
No, he's completely fascinating. No. But I like the AA, OTO, the Flema, like that doesn't interest me as a personal practice. But I'd like to understand, especially with you, with your experience in Ireland with the OTO there, and they're like, well, we don't know this stuff, can you teach us? I'm like, so I'd like to understand the OTO more. So, I'm gonna reach out to him and see if he'll come on the podcast.
Well, I think if you want to get a real view of some of the teaching problems in the OTO, you should check out Marco Visconti's story.
Yeah.
And he's written extensively about what he's observed, and so the info's out there.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Those are two completely different perspectives, and it would be good to have both of those perspectives. Because Richard is still involved in the OTO where Marco isn't. So to have those two different perspectives would be really good. Now, when I first met you, you were living in California at the ISIS Oasis.
Yeah.
Now, but I don't know how why you moved there. I've heard you talk a bit about your time there, your experience.
Well, I was teaching a weekly class there. I gave lectures, classes on Egyptian god forms at their big annual convocation in October. After having taught there from the previous summer, after I finished the Europe and lectures I did in there, around Europe and in England. And then I did a retreat with Chris Bennett and did DMT, and then went down to California.
Right.
And yeah, and I was spending every day with like Arissa Victor, Paul Foster Cases, Jason Lauderhand's protege. And we were talking Boda, going through all of her Boda material because she's 82. And thought, yeah, it was a magical environment, and I was doing classes. None of the people who lived there were really that interested in it, other than a couple.
Right.
But people would drive in from the area, and I had my girlfriend in Santa Rosa, and friends all throughout California. I have way more friends in the States than I do in Canada, and always have. It's always been the case, especially in Canada.
I think that's the same with like all of us.
Yeah,
all of us esoteric
to
Canadians.
I talked to so many American Canadians, like Sarah and some other who are like magicians who live in America, but are from Canada.
Yeah,
like tons of them. And I'm like, the reason you left Canada's great. Yeah, Canada's great, but you love America. It's like, yeah, nothing's happening in Canada, and they're all like, yeah, there's just no one there. So it's like, especially if you're involved in any of these niche practices and scholarly pursuits, there's just not many people around.
Yeah,
like there's not really anyone who wants to take it that seriously, in it seems sometimes, in any of the provinces, to be honest, like, because otherwise why aren't we doing something? I mean, small groups are doing things within themselves, and that's good.
Yeah,
to do your thing. But like, I guess we don't have events and conferences and retreats like they do in the States for our niches.
I mean, I think of myself living here in Thunder Bay in the province of Ontario, and I'm like, I should move to Southern Ontario. But even then, it's like it almost sounds like it, like feels like it would be more sense for me to move to British Columbia. But at the same time, it's still like, I mean, if
you may as well go back to Texas or something.
Well, yeah, if you're moving for your esotericism, then you're moving to the States. And I would have better luck moving back, because I lived in Texas for years, and I had I lived in Houston and Austin, loved it. Oh, I'd move back to Houston in a split second. And I would have more luck moving back to Texas, of all places, anywhere in Canada, if I wanted to be a little bit more immersive in my esotericism. But okay, so what for your move to Isis Oasis Sanctuary? Was that Isis Oasis?
Yeah,
Sanctuary.
Yeah.
How did that, like, where did that come from? Where you're like, yeah, I'm gonna move there for 14 months?
Just it all worked together. It all just sort of flowed together with a mixture of opportunities. To go be near my girlfriend and work at a magical retreat center that came out of like love of Dio and Fortune and builders of the Adytum mixed with paganism, that was connected with Fellowship of Isis, which, like, as we both had written, we were both in our hearts like sort of priests of the Egyptian gods for our whole lives in this way. I mean, the first tarot deck I ever wanted was an Egyptian one, for sure. This idea of Egyptian, like, if there is a Sophia Perennis, that this underlying wisdom, I mean, a large chunk of it does come from Egypt. And I focus a lot more on the Akkadian stuff and Hebraic stuff, partly because there's just already an overwhelming amount of focus on the Egyptian, and I would more just absorb that rather than try and pay much attention to it. Plus, the linguistic roots are tricky to get into, unlike the Akkadian, which is a Semitic language, which I already know. And so staying in that, my Semitic landscape is helpful, but that Egyptian priestly vibe is very much part of the the imagination of this tradition of Rosicrucian Hermetic magician priests, magi, but the ideal is a beautiful one. The idea of these people that looked at the stars and nature and learned to read it as a book and pass on that wisdom, expanding their knowledge as far as they could, to the development of all science that we have today, comes out of these magicians and shamans, essentially. but some of those people still investigate the outer limits of our knowledge and the interdimensionalities of it and all of these things, from spiritual praxis to psychedelics and entheogens and UFOs.
Yeah. Yeah.
The limits of knowledge is a fascinating place to explore, and that's deep within that, I think, a cult current of that quest for learning or for truth. We're not accepting the truth as it's presented to us, because we know from looking at history that it's never as ultimate as it seems in its own time, and therefore what's beyond that, and what can we look to beyond that? I think that's a very important mentality for us to have. Not be limited by all these current structures. I mean, none of these structures matter, like the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life, the grimoires, the Golden Dawn, Wicca, any of these structures, none of them matter. It's one of the things, one of the things Steiner tried to do was remove some of them and remove reference to them when he taught, and use as few terms as he had to communicate the same ideas. So, even though he was trained in the magical lodges in Germany and forms of masonry and all of that stuff, and really he was trained in the same teachings of the people that did precede the Golden Dawn, like for sure. Like we know there was definitely magical lodges in Germany, lots of them, and that is what the Golden Dawn comes out of. However it fucking happened, it doesn't really matter. It's the same content. I mean, so none of these structures matter. I mean, there's a human reality behind it all. There's just reality. There's whatever makes us us, and as useful as these structures are, they're tools of understanding and experience. But it's the understanding and the experience that's the important thing, not the structures. And people need to remember that too. They're provisional at best. And fun to play with, and it's fun to build tools and dress up and all this stuff. But it's like cutting the branch of the hazel tree on the full moon or whatever it is. That is important. But what's more important is the experience that enters into your soul from doing it.
Right.
And then the contemplation of that experience is what takes you to the level above that. And then the experience of that place is what you focus on. You're not always focusing on that initial step up the ladder. You're focusing on the next step up the ladder.
Right. Yeah. It's we live in an exciting world, really.
It can be. I mean,
it is.
We have to. It's a choice, I think. You can be on the street, jacking cars and murdering each other for fun. Or for views, or you could, I don't know, dedicate yourself to ancient Greek virtues and develop relationships with spirits and try and evoke Oberion, King of the Fae, and just see what happens.
Oh yeah, have you read through that book? Are you still working through
it?
No,
I'm using right now. I've just been doing a comparative study of invisibility rituals across different systems.
Okay.
Out of my own curiosity, that sort of thing might make its way into a book, but that's sort of a personal study. I try to keep a little bit of time for just personal studies that are of interest to me. Like the last few days, I've been comparing elemental theories and studies and practices to put together in a public free lecture that's happening tomorrow, and people will go to that and stuff, and that'll be good.
Wait, what's this public lecture?
Well, I do free monthly lectures on my hermeticmysteryschool.com.
So
everyone can do.
And you do the free lecture once a month, correct?
Yeah, there's a free Cyber Guild, and then sometime every month, whenever I'm feeling it, I do a monthly free lecture. Right. And then there's weekly classes for paying members, but the monthly one is just a free lecture. And if you attend it live, if you attend it live, if you don't attend it live, you have to pay a few bucks to download it, buy me a glass of wine.
Yeah. And the Cyber Guilds, so people go on to
the website,
which is, say it again,
hermeticmysteryschool.com.
And sign up for the
join Hermetic Cyber Guild.
Yeah.
or
Okay.
join the initiate level, which doesn't mean there's any initiation, but it's for people pursuing self-initiation or
Right.
independent study who are
Yeah.
outside of an order, or for some people if they're in an order and just want extra teachings, because their orders are often notoriously bad at Zoom classes and serving their members. They have been since my time, and that's never really changed. There was a brief
Yeah.
period at Temple Tahuti where we were a beacon of a high functioning temple, and that pulled all the other temples in the order to follow our example. Like, Jesus Christ, how fucking hard are you guys working there? We're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know, we're run by 6-7 air signs, founded by a Virgo, and then run by 7 air sign adepts. First a Gemini, then an Aquarius, then another Aquarius, then me, an Aquarius, and then a Gemini, then a Libra, and then we closed. That's Temple Tahuti, baby. Yeah. Like, that's how we did that. All
Yeah.
that founded with Virgo, but whatever. And then, you know, so airy. But the initiations weren't fabulous. They were just like all the ceremonies we did was just crazy. It was just so powerful.
And all of the photos on your Frater R.C. Instagram.
I would never post photos online. What are you talking about?
Oh, is that a secret? Because it's on your Instagram.
It is private. It is private, just for my friends.
Really?
It's a private page. Yeah, you know, it's a private page, but you know, there's a couple thousand people following me. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize you had it set to private.
Oh yeah, yeah. You wouldn't notice unless you tried to unfollow. Yeah.
Well, then how did we connect?
I think in the early before like this whole crazy social media world went down, it was public in 2017, 2018. Yeah.
Because we connected through Instagram.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there was times where I tried to make it public, but
okay.
But you know, like spammed like to death.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if I'm getting 20 messages a day from people trying to sell me pot, I'm like, I'm from British Columbia and you're trying to sell me pot from Kentucky?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, we got DMT and acid too. I'm like, I'm from British Columbia. Plus, who is insane enough to order drugs across an international border?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even order them locally. I would never trust the mail service or any of that stuff. Plus, I don't do illegal drugs anyways. All that shit's legal here.
Yeah, exactly.
I obviously only do the legal things, drugs here.
No,
well, here in BC, it's peyote and 5-MeO DMT that's legal.
Yeah.
And in Canada, for us, in our country.
Yeah.
And like we have a mushroom dispensary opened up now in town here, and that's going to happen more and more. Mushroom dispensaries opening up across Canada. Because it's decriminalized now. So they're going to start operating on the limits of the law, and then they're going to eventually make a law.
Well, that's just like with the pot dispensaries. I mean, you know, it was that gray area, and you know, all these dispensaries opening up, and you know, it wasn't quite legal, but it wasn't quite illegal, but it kind of was illegal, and now it's completely illegal. Now the next up is mushrooms, and there's going to be that gray area. Then it's going to be completely legalized, and you know, we'll get there. It takes time. It takes time. You know, these people that they want to go from 0 to 100, and that's not how life works. It's baby steps. Everything is baby steps.
Yeah.
You know, you got to take it one step at a time.
I think my whole life in BC, like since like I was maybe pretty young, like definitely a kid, there's always been a place, like I didn't smoke weed till I didn't even try it till I was 24, but there's always been a place here, and there's still places you can go in, buy it, and just smoke it right there.
Yeah.
And so that's I've always had a very different perspective of it than the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And that's your reality, right?
Yeah.
And another reason why I don't need all these people like just spamming me trying to sell me this stuff, because I use hashtag entheogen. Yeah. But so I have to, like, you know, I block more people than I have to let in, just because I'm not, or like the sex workers trying, like, you know. You know,
I'm like, bitch, read the room. I'm like, come on. Like, you're wasting your time.
Well,
Sure.
they're spam bots, right? I think they're automated mostly.
Well, of
I
course.
think most
Yeah.
of them are using automation.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's not
so
like
yeah,
it's a real person.
it's unfortunate the internet's such a shit show right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really become one of the worst versions of itself at the moment, and I think it's going to get worse until it gets better.
Oh, it's
Um,
no, it's going to get a whole lot worse.
yeah,
I mean, people talk like it's the end of the world online right now. No, it's just the beginning. It's just the
yeah,
beginning. There was a brief period where, like, pre-social media, where if you wanted to interact with people, like live, sort because you had those news, what were they called, news groups or something like that, where you would post, but then we had forums where it was kind of a little bit more like live in time. That
yeah,
was good, because you had to join the forum, and it was like you're a
yeah.
druid, you want to join a druid forum to talk, so you join a druid forum.
Yeah, we
And
spent a lot of time on those. Like we had the forums
oh,
for like the outer order, for
oh,
portals, and for
oh my
inner order.
god.
And I
Back in
actually
the
printed out
forum days,
thousands of pages of those forums, like thousands of pages.
back in
I
the
have
forum
printed out
days,
on my files.
my life was work. Like, if I wasn't working or with my friends, I'm on my well, especially my old bard forum, because you could have intelligent conversation. You can't have intelligent conversation on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. You know, um, like, the big thing on Twitter, especially since last summer with George Floyd being killed, and then you had all the BLM protests, is um close practices and cultural appropriation, which is a thing, and it's a thing worth talking about and a thing to be addressed. But I don't get into the conversation of close practices and cultural appropriation on Twitter or Instagram or any other social media site, because th- no one is interested in intelligent conversation there.
Yeah,
You
no,
know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
these are conversations that need to be had, just not on Twitter. Because, like, what's the point of having or attempting an intelligent conversation on Twitter? Like, you and I will be talking on Twitter, and some jackass comes in and says something stupid. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like, it's not, and that's why, like, I mean, follow me on Twitter, search Laylo Gonzalez and follow me on Twitter. But I mean, I'm boring on Twitter because what's the point of having conversation on there? It's just,
yeah,
like, there's a few of you that'll have an intelligent response, and then it's just a bunch of idiots. Oh, tarot is a close practice. Only the Romani
yeah.
can use tarot. Uh, so you're using a culturally offensive stereotype created in the 19th century in French literature about gypsies to say that only Romani can use tarot. Like, you're a racist and you don't even realize it.
Yeah,
You're just
that's the
you're just
cognitive disconnect going on with this whole sort of way
mm,
of thinking that we
mm,
see across the spectrum right now. Is like, yeah, they're create like when they tried to cancel the orcs in Dungeons and Dragons, they said that orcs are racist
yeah.
because they're like black people, and people are like, what do you mean? They're like, well, the orcs are dirty and brutish and thuggish, and therefore they're obviously meant to represent black people. And we're like, okay, so you don't see what you just said there. You don't see what you just did. They don't see what they just did. They don't
No,
see it. There's
yeah,
a cognitive
yeah.
dissonance.
I am always up for the conversation. Okay, so if you say, okay, the idea of orcs are racist, okay. Oh, okay, so you made that statement. The idea of orcs are racist. Now, explain to me why, because I don't know why. So explain to me. So can you do it? Can you explain that intelligently to me? Or are
Yeah,
you
they couldn't.
like,
So
or are you like, well, orcs are dirty and dumb, so obviously they're black people. Did you just hear what you just said?
yeah, that's what they said.
And
And
see that,
fortunately, enough people reacted with like shock and laughter that
yeah,
that sort of quelled down,
yeah.
because that would have been a really ridiculous thing for us to have run with
And
and
that's
accept.
and see that's the problem with social media because um it was interesting because when all of the BLM protests started going on, occult Twitter, what no 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 not occult Twitter, white occult Twitter were tripping over themselves to be the most um BLM white person in the room. Like, I'm not one of those white people. I'm one of the cool white people. And they totally took over the conversation. They drowned out all the black voices. And then they're like, BLM, 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 um, buy a ticket to my virtual occult convention of all white presenters.
Yeah,
Or buy a ticket to my occult convention with all my all white plus one black presenter. And I'm like, your actions aren't meeting up with your words. And then it just got really ridiculous. Like I said, like, all of these people like, oh, tarot is a closed practice. Um, the Romani people, which used to be called gypsies, never they weren't tarot readers. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like that was a 19th century creation in
yeah,
French literature.
yeah. The
So
stereotype.
you as a white person trying to present yourself as being one of the cool white people used a culturally offensive stereotype
Yeah,
as part of your wokeness.
logic. Yeah, the woke.
It's
Yeah,
it, it's
woke logic.
so it's hard to have an intelligent conversation on social media. And so I miss the forums. I joined Hyro, which is like it's social media, but it's membership only. It's an occult social club online, and the discourse on there versus any other social media is night and day, because like everyone is an occultist of some form there, whether they call themselves a witch or a magician or
Yeah,
whatever, but we're all there to have the conversation, not to one up each other or be more cool. And you know what I mean? Like it's completely
yeah.
different. So, you want to have intelligent conversation that is the closest you can get to forums nowadays. Go on,
It's
go
interesting.
into high road.
It makes me think about the fact that back with forum days, the only way you could prove sort of your standing was by using your words to express knowledge
Yeah,
and insight, not just copy and paste. Like sharing, if you how many PDFs you shared, if that we couldn't do that, of course, that wasn't a thing back then. But like how big your hard drive is of occult stuff didn't matter. What pictures you posted or what
yeah,
altars or you arranged didn't matter. There was none of that on the forums. It was just writing. So what was your insight into the thing? And if you couldn't write it out very clearly and very well, people would just write you off.
yeah,
Like that
absolutely.
was the only standard. That was
Yeah,
the only standard. I
yeah,
mean, and even expressing the same idea as someone else, it was again, how well do you express that idea? How do you phrase it? How do you
yeah,
see it?
yeah.
And that was the only litmus test for someone's quality. And that was good because I think a lot of the cream did rise to the top in those days.
Absolutely. And there's a couple like Golden Dawn groups that I belong to on Facebook. That there's the Golden. Okay, you're on one of them. The Golden
Yeah,
Dawn.
Edward
Uh,
made me a moderator to his Golden Dawn Universum one. And
that
then I made John Chax a moderator, and then he made some other people moderators just so that we could share the workload, because we're
yeah,
all sort of from the same
yeah. So
background.
there's that one, and there's another one that I belong to, and they're relatively good. But every time someone asks a question, even though it's it's a group that you have to join and be approved, someone asks a question and you get that person, oh, if you have to ask the question, you're not ready.
Yeah,
It
those are
just,
not,
okay,
you
you know
know,
what? Just then, if you can't answer the question, don't comment at all.
there's thousands of people on those groups,
Yeah,
so you're going to get
yeah.
a percentage of dum-dums.
Yeah, so even in a closed group, you still get those idiot, like, any question, any comment, you have those two or three people. If you have to ask the question, you're not ready. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, why? Like, why? Like,
Why are they,
can we not just have our forums back? Can
yeah.
you know?
Another thing about that, problematic issue with the Facebook groups is the information, once it gets written down, doesn't stay well organized. So
Yeah,
with the forums, it was a lot easier, I think, in my memory, to file and organize the
yeah,
information.
yeah,
Whereas Facebook purposefully wants the same stuff being recycled over and
yeah,
over again.
yeah.
It doesn't want to give you a highly searchable archive of info.
No.
I mean, it sort of does, but not in a good way. It's very, yeah. I mean, all these social media platforms are so toxic, and it's not because just because of how we misused them or how we use them. It's not. It's because they changed and became engineered to be
Yeah,
toxic,
of
and we
course.
got to remember that. Yeah, because it's not actually all our fault.
Yeah,
It's really not. They were made. They're increasingly upgraded and made for that purpose. And so yeah,
yeah.
it's one of the big, I think, evils of our time that we
And,
have to
yeah, and the thing about that
somehow.
is that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but we know it's not. You know,
Yeah,
we've read the articles, we've listened to the congressional hearings. Like, we know that these social media companies aren't here for us. Not the way, because we built our forums. Forums, they were just
yeah,
like uh, a program, you
mm,
know, and we built them the way we wanted them. But social media, were it's just like marionettes, and I hate talking
yeah,
about it like that because I'm I don't like sounding conspiracy theorist, but in this regard, like, we know that that's not conspiracy theory. Like, we know the way we're
yeah.
being manipulated by the people that control these social media platforms, and but we just don't care. We throw out our hot takes, and we feel like we're adepts because we typed up our hot take of the day. It's yeah. Yeah,
We have to learn how to communicate, and we're slowly.
losing that ability.
Yeah, I mean, we're fighting an uphill battle, and we have to renegotiate, I think, how we dialogue as a
Yeah,
race.
yeah.
um, and I think that'll be a long conversation. It'll
Oh,
go beyond our lifetime for sure before we come to some sort of re-equilibrium in the new Aquarian age, after Pluto's gotten its ass out of Uranus or wherever the fuck it is right now.
yeah.
Pluto's like it's on its way out, but Pluto is just really causing a lot of turmoil, and
It's
once it'll settle down in a way, but it'll get worse first.
yeah, I mean, it's not something that's gonna be resolved in our lifetime.
And what's interesting is when it does finish moving through its transit into Aquarius, and fixes, then however things are is how they'll be for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So we actually are at this, it's a crucial time for us to take responsibility for how we want things to be, and speak up and speak out and do this kinds of thing that we're doing. Like just this form of conversation we're having is a form of subversion
Yeah.
of every other form of media that um, doesn't provide the same kind of context and depth as this. You
Yeah.
know, it
Yeah.
just doesn't. Like, this is very real. There were very real conversations. There have just two people talking, one person opening a bottle of wine. I'll create an astral gateway and you can pour it through the screen into my mouth.
I'm
Um,
I'm not I'm not opening up a second bottle of wine. That's not what's happening here.
that's not what's happening on the screen.
No,
You're just
no,
giving your cat a lobotomy.
no. This is social media, so whatever I say is going on is going on. And I'm definitely not opening up a second bottle of wine. What I'm doing, as a matter of fact, is the LBRP. Now, the gods have arrived in liquid form, and you can hear them arrive. It's definitely not a second bottle of wine. Are you playing with your nipples?
No.
There we go.
I just pulled out a bag of mushrooms
Ah, wow.
for a microdose.
So you have been, well, I don't know if I should say experimenting, but you've been working with entheogens.
Yeah.
Which really intrigues me because I come from the same school as you, 90s Wicca,
Yeah.
where everything is love and light, and we don't do anything bad, and drugs are bad, so we would never do entheogens. So I've listened to you talk about your experiences, and they intrigue me, and I definitely fight with my whole, well, drugs are bad um mentality, like in like with spirituality, just because I went through so many years of that whole, you know, like Wicca is so good and chaste and blah blah blah, and just publish my book and accept us good Christians in the world.
Yeah, it definitely had to be presented that way at that
Yeah,
time.
yes, yeah. So um like, so I'm definitely open to you know the reality of things. um I mean, I don't think I would do DMT or mushrooms on my own, um just to be on the safe side.
Yeah,
um
there's a process to these things, like
yeah, yeah, but like your experiences, and you've spoken about them, are intriguing.
yeah. Well, and I feel like I'm very much still only at the beginning of that
Right.
journey. It took some time to understand first the different plant medicines, and then to see, like the first thing I did was learn to use them for healing
Hmm.
and apply them to my own life, and that started with cannabis, and then moved on. And yeah, the role of psilocybin and eventually changa and DMT and 5-MeO, uh, just really seeing how they interact with rituals is fascinating. It can be exhausting
Hmm.
to not only do the trip, like especially if you're taking like 5 grams of mushrooms,
Right.
or more, and then like my last experiment with psilocybin was like that, from sunset to sunrise, and nonstop ritual and experimentation, with different scrying tools, different invocational things. And I mean, if you ever, like you, a fan of, I came from sober magic and sobriety in general, a sober lifestyle, like, people like Franz Barton, many other magicians all say that that's very important.
Right.
But then, you read some Phil Hine and some chaos magic, and you're like, oh, maybe there's this other thing. Then you read about the redacted history of entheogens in spiritual practice and among the Hashashin of the Rosicrucian and Masonic orders.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, this is actually a part of this Western mystery tradition.
Yeah.
And we've ignored it for so long. And then you read about like Dee and Kelly probably, using entheogens in their work. And then you take a lot of mushrooms many times and you start seeing letters or shapes that look a lot like the Enochian letters.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear voices, and everyone hears these voices. Everyone hears this talking, this dialect, whether it's it's the same dialect in Changa and in DMT and in psilocybin. They're hearing similar things. And because I'll talk to other people who've done lots of times, large amounts, and they know what I'm talking about. I'm like, the voice, they're like, yeah. Like, what is that? They're like, it's like the language.
The language.
Like this, it's like the language. Can we don't have to pause. I forgot my soda over there. Do you want 1 second?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna grab my soda.
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
But I kind of
get
feel
that funky mushroom taste out of my mouth.
Yeah, I kind of feel stupid in a way, because to believe that no one did psychedelics back in the day. We love, pagans and witches love to say, oh, we love the old ways. We love the old ways. But psychedelics? Oh, no. We would never do that. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm a clinical herbalist.
Yeah, so think about it.
You know what I
In all
mean?
these ancient cultures, they were putting opium and cannabis into wines and drinking them every Sunday and getting wasted and having orgies. Like, this was common stuff.
Yeah.
Ancient Israelites were burning massive amounts of cannabis and acacia on their altars to talk to Yahweh, putting their heads in cannabis and acacia leaf smoke to talk to Yahweh. And
like I went to school. I became a clinical herbalist. But like learning about poisons, like I can kill you, but heaven forbid I should give you a hallucinogenic experience. Like it, upon reflection, it just doesn't make any sense. I get the whole 80s, 90s, love and light, we're so gentle and not harmful, like the search for acceptance thing, in the publishing world. I get that, but it really created this whole unrealistic sort of history of paganism. And you learn, like, if you, FYI, people out there, if you want to learn the history of paganism, whatever culture and whatever era, don't go looking for it from a pagan author. Like, read an actual historian, so you can get a better idea of the truth.
And even then, you'll struggle to find out the actual truth, especially with the redaction of information.
The actual truth, but a better idea of the truth.
For sure.
Because at least, a historian that is focusing on, the ritual use of drugs in ancient Greece is actually going to talk about it, where as a Wiccan author from the 90s was like, well, that never happened. We don't do stuff like that.
No.
I still haven't done any sort of hallucinogenic, in ritual, anything like that. Just because.
So that's what blew me away, was I wasn't sure if they would interact or if they would disconnect, if there would be a disconnect. So the first time I used was using cannabis. with the Enochian ether with
Mm.
Lon Milo, and that was a very radical experience. However, the main thing I noticed from the cannabis was it made it harder for me to focus, because
Right.
I'm used to activating those things, like whether it's scrying or traveling in the spirit vision, and this one was a full traveling experience. As in, like, I couldn't move my arms or legs, my body
Right.
was numb, um, and I was there, I was gone. And but normally I used my will, right?
Mhm.
Will and imagination is what I use,
Yeah.
and so the cannabis did make it harder to focus my will, which made it harder to sort of guide and control myself. The whole working was incredibly successful by very real standards. But then as I explored more into psilocybin and DMT, to see, well, DMT is a trickier one. It took me longer to get my footings there at all, and it never ceases to be sort of terrifying. But with psilocybin, the way that the environment, like, you're seeing the spirits physically with your eyes open, not with any sort of special sight, just
Mm.
there.
Yeah.
And to the extent that I think if someone else in the ritual environment was there with me, they'd see exactly. I'm curious now if they'd see exactly what I'm seeing,
Right.
or if they'd see something else. But what I noticed was there was no disconnect between the psilocybin effect and the ritual I was doing. In fact, there was complete harmony, and I could see, like, physically over the altar, when you create the vortex, and once that's done and stuff's on the altars, I could see what all of a sudden Aaron Leach means about the spirits want to interact. They want to come in to crystals, and Ash and Shasan says that well as well. Shout out to Ash Chassis. They all say that, but this was the first time that with my eyes open, no astral sight needed, just physical eyes, you could see the spirits spiraling down. And in fact, they were spiraling into something I didn't want there, but I didn't expect them to do that. So I was like having to move around quite quickly and deal with things. And that was fascinating to actually see them. And, like, I was on such a large dose of mushrooms as well, right? Like,
Right.
beyond a seriously heroic dose. Like, also the whole ceiling was different veils of colored lights, and there'd be little doorways or portals start to open up. And if I focused on a single one and directed my will at it, it would open and I would go into it
Mm.
in full, like, again, full eyes open, full spectrum thing. And the rest, every ritual I did that night, every little operation and every experiment was all very visual and powerful. That can be an amazing thing for someone to experience.
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
because it makes you aware of the fact that this is what's happening all the time. You're just not seeing it,
Right.
right?
Right.
These That's the gift of the puka has, the fungi. It gives us this insight, this mystery alchemical thing. That's what it is. These tools have been being used for a very long time. And so to explore the Western mystery tradition without entheogens in it is to sort of like have sex with a castrated man.
Right. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it can still work, but it's just not the same once those balls are clipped.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's not something that I think I would want to do by myself without
Yeah, I
someone.
think it's for special occasions.
No, but
Yeah.
yeah, for special occasions, but I don't think it's something I would want to do by myself. Just because I'm not a part of drug culture. Like I
Yeah. Well,
I listen to some of my friends talk about, the different types of weed and oh, mushrooms, this and it just sounds like I have no idea about this shit. So I don't know, like, should I do this on my like, do I just take mushrooms and hope for the best, or do I do this with someone that's done it?
yeah.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no, it's you build up. You want to
Yeah,
build up through
yeah,
and familiarity with the medicine, for sure. There's always you want the introductory experiences, which are usually shepherded
yeah,
with some form of shaman or friend or
yeah,
coworker. Um, and it's only once you're comfortable in that environment that you would even begin to
yeah,
consider taking it into the solo space. Now,
yeah,
is there tremendous wonder in that? Absolutely, but it's years down the road. Like, for me, I didn't begin to explore it like that was like 12, 13 years of just that introductory phase of
yeah,
getting to know these things, right? And the light and the dark sides of them. before you can then start to try and incorporate them into a ritual setting. I think you could be taught to incorporate them into a ritual setting early on. I think that would be a healthy thing, and that's something our cultures have lost a lot.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm including them in alternate versions of each of the 5 Celtic mysteries initiations. Each one will have a different entheogen associated with
Oh,
it,
interesting. Okay.
up through peyote and 5-MeO, and starting
Okay.
with building up like cannabis, psilocybin, all these things in an alternate form of that ritual that could
Right.
be done in an environment where that's allowed.
Okay.
um
Yeah.
yeah. And for it, only if people want to go through a second version of that ceremony.
Right. Right.
um
Right. Right.
that's a big intention. So building, and especially since Yeats had a love of peyote, and he would get together with Maud Gonne and do peyote, and they would shag and stuff. Alleged, they're supposed to have never shagged, but they did shag
Yeah.
lots, as you can see in their letters. He loved cannabis even more. He loved hashish. Yeats was a true Rosicrucian hashishine, if ever there was one in the 20th century.
Yeah.
People should understand that. And look what he did with his life. So you want proof of the great work. There's a guy who never stopped. He even went to his student with Westcott. William and Westcott and Yeats went to their student, Dr. Falcon, for their 6=5 and 7=4 initiations that they didn't really have that much of a part of writing. I mean,
Yeah.
Mathers wrote some versions, but the Falcons did their own, more or less, I think. Again, I'm not the expert on that. And so these are humble guys willing to just keep doing the mysteries and keep doing the work. How many people have that kind of longevity in this work and actually see it through their whole lives and keep unearthing treasures out of this spirituality? But that's who this spirituality is for. It's for those people. And if you are like that kind of person, then you're going to get a lot out of this.
Yeah.
As they did. They did an amazing, Gates, amazing guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dr.
So,
Felkin, he moved from England to New Zealand.
yeah. And
And
started the Smaragdum Thalasis
yeah,
Farirot temple.
yeah. And thanks to him, an actual unbroken line of the Golden Dawn survived into uh, the modern times.
Yeah, and it's still going on
Yeah,
today. If
yeah,
you want to look for that group, they're out there.
they're out there.
They're out there.
If you can find them, they're there. It's
But
exciting though. It really is exciting though. I love the
what's ex-
idea. Because every esoteric historian, oh, the Golden Dawn died and shut down, and there's no lineage and da 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 da, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, guess what? Surprise! Look
yeah.
what we've been doing for the past 100 years. I love it. I love
Yeah,
it.
well, yeah. I mean, in some areas there was, and in some places the sort of it only dissolved in for a while, and so
Yeah,
there's just like, yeah, so many options,
yeah.
different versions of it out there for people. Yeah, it's there, and yeah, that's all there is to it. I would hope they work more together, or continue to work more together, and yeah, hope for, especially more events
Yeah.
internationally when that's possible to happen would be fun. I think it's a shame, like, you'll have in a city you'll have no temple, right? No initiating temple, but you would have enough members to create one if you took those members from across all the different Golden
Yeah.
Dawn orders that have members in that
Yeah.
city.
Yeah.
So if they were allowed to build a temple together, that would be really cool. I
Yeah.
mean, these orders are similar enough that they could, a lot of them, work together,
Yeah, absolutely.
and put a lot of the BS aside. Um,
Yeah.
Going under Cicero's umbrella is not a bad thing, because he's sort of they're a chill leadership
Mhm.
that don't, but same as Sedalitas, they're pretty chill as well. Again, because it's so fragmented, it stays very small,
Yeah.
and that's also not so bad. And then there's
No,
even
and I
smaller
mean, we've
groups doing the
talked
training.
about this. I you
Yeah,
know,
we do. We talk
I
about this all the time.
I like the idea of the Golden Dawn not being popular, because I think the thing is that the Golden Dawn now, every order will add to change their teaching, but there's still that core
Yeah.
and that, like, that fundamental system, and it's good. It works. It's effective. If the Golden Dawn was a fad, it the in thing that everyone needed to join, then you're going to get a dilution of the training, and that's not good because you're going to end up with the um uh, uh grades for pay. Like, if you have the money, you get the title. Like, you're a Magister Templi if you can pay for it, you know? And no one wants
Yeah,
that.
I was really, really, really glad that that wasn't the case when I joined.
Yeah.
I was really glad that it was very much, as far as I could tell, a meritocracy in which you learn the material, you pass at 95%, and then you went on. Um, and it's a shame when that ever gets diluted.
Yeah.
Um, and that's why, you know, it's probably good for temples to stay like sort of under 100 members,
Yeah.
and and focus on just serving those members. And if you need more, like, yeah, I don't know,
Especially right
it's
now because we're not in a meritocracy society right now. Like, you get a
yeah, that
participation
shifted real fast, didn't it?
you get a participation trophy. Like, you're a loser, you lost, you're in the last place, but you get a trophy because we don't want you to feel bad. Um, I'm sorry, call me old. That's fine. Um, um, but like, you either like you studied hard, you got your A, you didn't study, you got your E. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not giving you an A to make you feel good because you didn't feel like studying. You know what I mean? So the Golden Dawn just isn't like, oh no, we're gonna make you a Magister Templi because that's the nice thing to do.
Yeah, that's not something even that's traditional Golden Dawn. Like Golden
Oh
Dawn
no,
traditionally ends at 5 = 6, right?
no, but
But it was the
that's
Falcons that did
that's
develop
my
those
point.
grades.
That's my
Yeah, they did
that
develop those
yeah.
grades though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they
my
did.
point. You're not gonna get a Magister Templi because that's the nice thing to do.
Yeah, no,
And
certainly not.
no, and so the Golden Dawn has no worry right now, the way society is right now, of being diluted because no one's gonna join these people aren't gonna join an order where you actually have to put in the work and
Yeah.
earn your place, you know. Um, because that's what the Golden Dawn is, and it's not a coddling society, you know.
No, no, it really isn't.
Yeah.
It's you sort of, if you're not being studious and practicing the rituals, you find yourself sort of feeling on the outskirts real
Yeah.
fast, just because you no longer are sharing the thing in common that
Yeah.
everyone is there for. And some people try and do that, make it sort of a social club, but it doesn't work very well.
Yeah.
Not, you know, whereas it does work very well in a lot of groups, and a lot of groups don't even have, like, you know, they don't even want study or to learn or grow. That's
Yeah.
something I've encountered as I've gone to a lot of places, and there's more into the trappings and the titles,
Yeah.
and not actually, you know, drinking the potion and going deep. And yeah, so, you know, you just keep moving along and finding the people that do care. And there's a lot of
Yeah.
us that do the work out there. We're just a bit more silent because we're like busy trying to
Because
do it. And
we're busy doing the work.
yeah,
Yeah.
trying to, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in a strange environment for that now. So it's a new online world, and who knows. But yeah, I think we're in a new age of mystery schools, and I think that's what we're going to see on the rise. Because what's the difference between a lot of, you know, more than ever we're seeing the difference between religions, uh, and be unveiled, as they're just all cults. Like the Roman Catholic Church is a really big, you know, globally recognized cult,
Yeah.
and has, you know, the same if not more problems as a lot of the small ones. It always speaks, you know, it's always about the people in it and what they're up to. And I like the methodologies of sort of reshaping your group every few years. Like Nineveh Shadrach does that with his group. Like they change their name, they change their format, but they're a small enough group to manage that. I like some other practices like Frater R.C has with their order, which is the Hermetic Society, the Society of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, based out of Victoria. You're not allowed to, no one who's related to or friends with you outside of the order can join once you have. And that's a very good rule. They don't allow so for me, my family and friends would not have been allowed to join after me. And had that rule been in place in our order, Temple Tahuti never would have fallen.
Right.
I would have continued running Temple Tahuti without a problem.
How long? Okay, so how long is that enforced for? Like, at what point would your family and or friends be able to join?
They can't
At all.
No.
Wow.
That's what Frater R.C does, and it's
interesting.
Probably why they're still around.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And they learned some lessons with my old protege, who then tried to schism them like he schismed us.
Yeah.
So that's a good practice. That's a good.
It
prevents people from bringing in people from joining, then bringing in all their friends, and then trying to stage a coup. And steal your shit.
It makes sense.
Because petty people do that. Like when they see a magical group or a coven or anything, when they see those things, they're like, that's what they're like, okay, how can I be the one who runs this?
Yeah.
Okay. And I saw this happening down at Onifin down in California. This was happening while I was there. Couldn't talk about much then, but I'll say a few words about it now. But like Oberon Zell and all of them, they basically were getting ousted from this massive property they've been running since like the 70s when they started the Church of based on Stranger in a Strange Land, Church of All Worlds. Yeah. So I was there hanging out with people at Pantheon and with them after, because Oberon came and hung up. I was working closely with Oberon and all of those people in Eleusinian Mysteries up until present. Up until I came back to BC when I just couldn't do it anymore. So they had some people join. They had their friends join, voted them out of the Board of Governors or whatever, and took over.
Yeah.
And so people do that. People look at these groups. They did that also with the Order of the Magical Cauldron, Maryland Mother Bears thing. And they learned what they had there, and then they took their rituals, made their own site, and called themselves something else. They just like ripping people off. And this is this young generation we see often. These are young people who are saying, well, they're seeing what other people have done, and they want those rewards without spending 40 years to build and buy the land and do the work and lead the mysteries. They just want the laurels. And I see this with some of my Gen Z friends who would just want me to tell them answers to every question, but don't want to do any work.
Yeah.
I get this all the time.
Yeah, I have that with my group here. It's an informal pagan group, and we get together and we do our rituals and whatnot. And we had one guy, and
is informal your way of saying skyclad?
No. Just informal.
We're an informal coven.
No. I mean, if we were skyclad, I'd be like, we're all dancing around naked. I would be like, oh, informal. I just mean we're not like a tradition. We're just we're a group of magical people of different, stripes, and we get together and we do ritual. And we had this one guy, and he was talking to another guy in our group, and he's like, I'm gonna be the leader of this group, and I'm gonna fight Sean for it if I have to. I'm like, there's no leader of this. I'm the slave of this group because I have to spend all my time writing ritual.
Yeah. Well, that's what the leaders are.
You guys get to do whatever you want and then just show up and do ritual. I'm the one slaving and spending all the money on props. But fuck you, you're out. and then we had a woman kind of pull the same thing but in a different way, and it's like, I like, you volunteered to write the ritual. You didn't write the ritual, so at the last minute, I'm like, "Okay, I'll write the ritual," and then you had a freak out that, like, uh, you you want the power, but you don't wanna do the work. 'Cause
Yeah,
I think people literally think that being the leaders of a group mean that you sit here and you
yeah,
direct
that's what they think.
everyone else to do the
Yeah,
that no,
it's
no,
crazy that people
no,
think that that's what the
no,
deal
no,
is.
no.
It's crazy.
If I decide that the ritual needs, um, 1,000 golden apples, guess who's painting 1,000 apples golds? Me, the group leader.
Yeah,
Uh, After spending hours writing the ritual, like, there's no glory to this. It's slavery work, and
yeah, definitely.
you do it because you love. I mean, I love writing ritual, period, but you do it because you have a love for it, and you're doing work for other people,
Yeah,
and
that's the origin
that's
of.
all that matters. I mean, if I'm not dedicating my life to others, then wh what's the point?
Yeah,
What's the point?
yeah,
You know?
that's the origin of why there's titles in the Golden
Mhm.
Dawn. It's why in Philosophists you get the title honored, and then in 5-6 you get the title very honored. That's why it's to recognize the work, because
Yeah,
for every hour of work someone else puts in, you put in 10, and
yeah,
they know that, they
yeah,
recognize that, they know they're not going to do the amount of work that you do. Like
yeah,
that's why if you just want to have a happy light filled life, go and leave in Portal. Don't go through 5-6.
yeah,
Like they were very clear with me. They were like, if you take this spiritual step, you're asking for shit the rest of your life,
yeah,
um, because you're going onto a battlefield as opposed to just sort of staying on the sidelines of,
yeah,
you're trying to make an active difference
yeah,
and do this work. And as a result, you get to sit on the throne of the Hierophant
yeah.
and initiate people, because that is the
And you know
sacrifice
what?
that comes with that.
You're sitting on the throne of the Hierophant, but you're not above anyone else. Like, you're the servant.
Yeah,
That's what
and
people
that's
don't
why you have the
understand.
that's
That's
why the
what
entire
people
five
don't
six ritual
understand.
is built around
Yeah,
the death and
yeah,
resurrection of Christian Rosenkreuz,
yeah,
right, or Osiris.
yeah,
That's the whole thing. You're dying. Who
yeah,
you were before now is gone.
yeah,
Is just a vehicle for your higher true self.
yeah,
That's what's happening. That's the deal you're making.
yeah,
And there's no vows and compacts and boons that come along with that.
yeah,
Like you don't, and if you succeed, like there's people who go through the ritual, and then there's the physical and the spiritual ritual, and not everyone goes through both.
mhm,
Some people only go through one of them, but only one of them really matters. And that's the spiritual initiation. Like, and did you come out? Do you, I came out feeling fundamentally different as an entity
mhm,
from that initiation in 5 = 6, and
yeah,
that's been the way ever since. Like instant change, but also some things didn't change, like the preparedness doesn't change.
right,
My bishop used to say, if you're not a priest going into ordination, you're not one coming out. So
right,
there's a union of the vessel being prepared and the sacrifice being acceptable to the Lord, which is that sacrifice to your own higher and divine genius,
yeah,
saying, I'm willing to put aside my earthly will for the security and comforts and success of this world for your will to use me as a vessel, so that I might do the greater works of the Spirit here
mhm,
in my life, even to the detriment of my lower self and my earthly existence. Like
yeah,
that is spelled out for you loud and clear in every version of this that there is
Yeah.
across all the orders, and it's clearly the same in other orders because Steiner talks about it exactly the same way, and he never heard of the Golden Dawn. Well,
Yeah.
he heard of them, but like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like, and you go to other systems and other things, this one solar initiation, this one crucial step is always recognized in the same way.
Yeah.
And that is the nature of the greater mysteries, that of course they're not going to be grasped until you've learned the lesser mysteries.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things to go through in that process. But if you can go through it, if you're willing to put in the work, it's the most fulfilling thing in the whole world.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's the best thing I've ever done with my life, and it's
Yeah.
fueled the rest of it. It fueled me doing phenomenal things, like, going from an F to an A student overnight.
Yeah.
And because of the changes it wrought about in me, like that.
Yeah.
Because I was doing the work, exceeding the expectations of the work I was given. I did more than I was supposed to do, but also I sort of just did what I was supposed to, because we were like, Temple Tahuti was hardcore taskmaster, sort of like fucking get in shape or get out.
Yeah.
Up or down.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing. And everything, the amount of blessings it brought into my life are incalculable, and the trials and struggles are also incalculable. But nowhere near as great as the insights I've been able to have, and like the states I've been able to achieve, and the states I can still get back to very quickly, without even entheogens. Like I've had greater, entheogen or psychedelic experiences without entheogens.
Yeah.
Through those practices. It's really a phenomenal thing, which it's funny how many people though do even burn out of it. A lot of people, I think that was partly one of the problems of the way that things were going at that time, but a lot of people they leave it and they can't even look back at it. And I always wonder why that was, and I think sometimes it's because maybe they weren't really there for themselves, perhaps. They weren't, they were like, they liked the trappings of it, or the community of it.
Yeah.
And that's okay too. But yeah.
I mean, I think there's so many reasons why people don't survive it. And you can't pin it down to one or two reasons. It's going to be, perhaps as many reasons as many people. But I think there's a lot of, I want to, I want to play dress up. I want to put on a robe and carry a wand and call myself a great wizard. I think that plays a big part in a lot of it.
It's fine for a point. There's a point that sulfurous, playfulness is fun. I mean, like I remember one of the things that allowed me to join, again, when I was 15 in 96, was the fact that I was fed up. It had been a few years of this. I'd already been initiated into yoga, like gone through 2 yogic initiations at age 7 and age 10 as part of the whole Maharishi thing. And the dress up and the magic and the ceremony. And by the couple of years of Druidry and Wicca and a coven, by 15, I was done with all the trappings already. Like it's like, I knew that, there was even more of that in the GD, which I was like, okay, I'll learn that shit if I have to, and see it. But what I didn't realize was the, then when you learn why it's there, and the effects the colors have, and the symbolism, and the whole method of training is, you're like, oh, this is not what I expected at all. Like these things don't look this way. The tools and the colors don't look this way because we like how they look at all. I think they look fine, but like clearly they're psychedelic in the best of way, in the most, in a visual art sort of way. Like these flashing colors, these bright things. Like, okay, these are not designed for use on the material plane.
No,
these are designed to do something somewhere else. They're intergalactic in a way, of their outlandishness and design, and even the striped nemesis and all that stuff. But it has tremendous effect. We use it because of the results of the effect, and all the symbolism from the tile floor to socks and pillars.
Yeah.
This idea of unity of polarities and unity of forces and the geometry of it all is crucial to understanding the concepts and practices that then take you into altered states
Yeah.
naturally. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like I wish, and this isn't right to say because everyone has their own path, but I wish everyone can experience that that seriousness of not of training but of purpose
Mm.
that an order like the Golden Dawn gives, because everything is so well thought out. Nothing is done by accident. It's not, like you're talking about, like the colors, like it's not because someone 100 years ago was like, well, these colors are fun. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
There's a purpose.
Yeah.
And the same reason, like, you were talking about, like, you read Celtic Magic by DJ Conway, and all these books, and you're not fulfilled, and you went to modern magic. And I I will always I think I'll always call myself a druid. I think like my foundation is druidry, and I build my Golden Dawn practice such as it is off of that.
Well, that's
Uh,
another great thing about the GD is the religion. People's religion doesn't matter.
yeah,
Any religion can join, pretty much.
but it wasn't until I started working through the Golden Dawn system that it's like, oh, magic works.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this,
There's that fun moment.
like magic works. And I'm not talking about the whole, like, oh, I need to do a spell to get a job, because anyone can do that, I think. But it's the higher this I just and I'm not downplaying witchcraft, Wicca, anything. I'm not. Because the stuff I experienced when I joined a Gardnerian covenant, and I mean, a lot of people don't realize that Gardnerian witchcraft is very ceremonial. It's not the, like, rolling in the dirt Wicca that a lot of people kind of associate with Wicca and paganism. So, that had its moment. Um, but it wasn't until, like, really working through the Golden Dawn work where I was like, "Oh, magic is real. Like, this is it."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
This isn't dress up anymore. This isn't playing games anymore. This is real life. And in one way it was like, "Oh, I have to be careful with what I do because this is real life now," you know? And in another sense, it's like, "Okay, bring it on. Like, let's do this." You know, "This is serious. Let's get serious. Let's do this."
Yeah.
You know?
It's something grimoire magicians get pretty early on in their experience, just
Mhm.
once they develop, and they because they're very results oriented. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's a good thing to have happen when people
Mhm.
start to take it seriously and then explore what's actually possible. That's a fun moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you see people really starting to study hard,
Yeah.
when it gets real.
Yeah, but I also personally, respond really well to pomp and circumstance. So, really structured ritual appeals to me. So that's
Yeah.
I would think that would play a part. Like someone that really isn't into structured ritual, I can see trying to work through the system and feeling like they're not getting anything out of it, you know?
Yeah, I think also sometimes a lot of the reason people uh poo-poo structured rituals because, and for more of a organic, dynamic, do what thou wilt, move around. But like, I think the reason is because they don't realize that the structure is there. The purpose of the structure is to set you free,
Yeah.
right? You're following the structure, so you don't have to think about what you're doing. You can focus on where you're going
Yeah.
and the things you're interacting with, right? So there's no question of what I have to do next, and it's designed for group work,
Yeah.
so that we always all know where everything's at, and we can compare. And because we're in a space that's always seemed like it's the same black painted room,
Mm-hmm.
right, with tiled floors, with the same two candles, with which other lights you have, candles you have, like the same candle light. And you can really notice differences, like the difference of when a spirit shows up versus when it doesn't, or
Right.
the differences like subtly. They're not so subtle in such a controlled environment. They're quite dramatic in a controlled environment. And also you're in that environment, which is like you're in this cube of darkness, with this double cube in the center, and all these symbolic, every single thing image there is designed to affect you, to alter your consciousness everywhere you look. It's not just some corner of your bedroom. And this is a very powerful thing that people don't realize. They don't realize it until you've been in that. If you've never been in that environment, walked into it, holy shit. It just changes you just being in it before you even start the rituals.
Nothing is by accident. Nothing is just because it sounds good. Nothing is just because it's pretty. Like everything is so thought out that and because I think a part of it is because everything is thought out, that just enhances the experience.
And helps you control what you're working with, right? Everything else is blocked out except for the thing you're focusing on in a very strategic way. And that's good, because we're not worried about, and real magicians aren't worried about spirits showing up. We're worried about keeping all of them out, except the ones you want. You don't, because how many times have I done a Wiccan ritual where like we were just inundated with stuff. I'm like, holy shit, like the Fae really did show up, and you just start, it's crazy. And you're like, oh, maybe I need to do this in a more controlled way. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. But it's nice to be intentional about what energies you're working with. And it definitely can let you work with them a lot deeper. Like when you walk into the temple and the altars moved aside, and there the Enochian table is set up on its wax sigillums and everything, and you're like, oh, you're doing some Enochian scrying, like you walk in the temple, instantly everyth's changed just with having that in the center of you, like boom, all the tablets are draped open, and you've got the that there, and it's like you barely need to do anything to get those things to then show up, which is fine, because the opening doesn't take long. Most of it's the communication with them and scrying.
Do you have a favorite ritual?
I have a few. I was my two favorite ones, no one would have heard of. They were ones unique to our inner order. But let me think of ones from the regular sort of curriculum. I mean, I like Enochian work, and grimoire evocation is great. The goetic stuff we did was okay. Ritual Eye is fun, but probably the initiation of the body of light is one of the most powerful. These are inner order rituals, of course, that are in the main corpus. So Ritual Eye, Ritual 5 is powerful. I like the rituals that we used for full moon healings, and which were basically rising in the planes, which is a 5-6 technique. You learn to go up the middle pillar using a certain set of tools, and it really works. Like you want to, it's like yeah, like you don't experience it as profoundly as 5-MeO DMT, but it's the same experience. You're going
Right.
to the same place. And I think that's why when I did 5-MeO, I felt really at home and I didn't have this loss of ego that I expected.
Hmm.
I'll do it more, of course, since it is legal here in Canada. I'll be doing it more and see if maybe that does happen, if it was just a matter of not getting enough. Or but I think, yeah, I think the more comfortable we get with these states of consciousness soberly, the more functional we are in them when we work with them in a full entheogenic ceremony.
Right.
And that's still, that revelation is still very surprising to me, and speaks to a lot of ground, just like the crossover with the paranormal stuff. A lot of like people I've talked to are using more and more stuff like that in their Wiccan group or whatever to detect spirits and stuff like that. I think that's
Yeah.
fascinating. And if you can take pictures of balls of energy or balls of light, or you could project your will and have it show up on film and repeat that experiment, that would be fascinating. I'm curious to see people do
If you
more
can repeat
experiments like that.
that
Yeah.
experiment. Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing I've ever been able to replicate was moving things, and then you know uh, mind reading at the usual 80% effectiveness, 80-90, if you're going through a series of exercises that
Yeah.
can be pretty achievable,
Yeah.
especially if you're willing to give it a month or two of practice every day or two. Yeah. um so yeah, the initiation of the body of light's a powerful thing, and you build up to that. But the body of light's a powerful thing that people either focus on it too much or not at all, and that's problematic. A lot of people don't want to take the time to do all those things.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love the watchtower rituals, and I love all the great openings, and those are of course tools to fuel ourselves and to initiate ourselves deeper into the mysteries. They're all good. Yeah. And obviously I feel the same way about the analysis of the keyword as everyone else does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just glad I'm glad I put that stuff aside until I'd gone through the initiations, because they did mean they did different things after that. They did different things after that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think if you want to develop advanced rituals, it's better to develop your own based on the levels of things that you're gaining mastery in, than to necessarily try and extract ones from other systems. I think that could be a thing people should maybe feel excited to explore as their own advanced developments. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah, working in Noki and Ethers is always something I've enjoyed and done a lot of. And yeah, I've done a lot of working. I've done some Enochian scryings with the Angel Ave, and gotten information about my future that was, horrifying, and even more horrifying when it came true. Um, but that's life.
Yeah.
Uh, sometimes you don't want to know what the trials of the future. Like the scrying we did before we closed Temple TV with Ave showed that we would enter this sort of 1984 dystopia, and very
Mhm.
much spoke of a lot of the things that have happened now, across the board. And it's like, yeah, I don't know if you always want to know that stuff.
I I don't. I do, like,
Shem work.
you know,
I
I do, like, I don't,
Yeah,
you know.
I think
I
there's much less to be gained looking into our future than there is to helping other people understand their present.
yeah, I don't know if I find any value, like if a spirit, or let's say somewhere in the future we as humans developed the ability to time travel. I don't know in either case that I would find value in someone coming back in time to me and saying, you need to do this, this, and this to live the longest life possible. I, is there value in that? I don't know. You know, you think of, if you want to be a conspiracy theorist and all the rich people have access to this, you know, special, these special procedures to prolong their lives. Well, that doesn't make me a better person, So if someone was to come back in time and be like, "Oh, you need to do this and this and this to live the longest life possible," that doesn't make me a better person. So, no, I don't wanna know. No. Let me
Yeah.
just let me just do my thing. I'm not perfect. Um, I'm not the nicest person in the world, but I'm also not the most horrible person in the world. Um, I
Yeah.
spent I
One of
s
the things
I spent time as president of a here locally of a clinic, um, that, provided services for people with HIV, AIDS, Hep C, and I mean, it was a voluntary position. You could be like, "Oh, I'm president." Yeah, you're unpaid. Like, this is volunteer work, really. You can call yourself whatever you want. It's volunteer work at the end of the day. I'm president of nothing, really. Um, you just help people, be a good person, no ego, go to bed. You know what I mean? I I
yeah.
I don't need anyone telling me about the future, anyone coming from the future into the past being like, "Oh, guess what's gonna happen?"
Yeah.
You. Fuck
Well,
you.
it's one of the
I
reasons I don't read a lot of channeled stuff, and I've no interest. My
Yeah,
friends always try to show me channeled stuff, and like I grew up with my mom's all her stuff around like the crazy, there's the Yahweh people
yeah,
and the Cryon people and all the different things, the Urantia book, and a lot of my friends are into like the Edgar Casey stuff, and they're like they want me to accept it wholesale. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't even have time to read this channeled stuff
yeah,
because I know the process works and I know how to do that.
yeah,
Like I can sit down and write channeled books till the cows come home. It's just
yeah,
such what a load of BS it usually is because it's
yeah,
just like it's a technique to
yeah.
talk to beings and then you just start writing down this flow
But
and it comes from all across these things like
who are
I'd
you
be more
talking to? What's their motive? You know what I mean? Like, just
sure.
you know what? Just let me. I'm just gonna do my thing. Let me be the best person I can be, and then I'm gonna die.
Yeah, and the
I
biggest problem with that stuff also is that because the message is never lost in the experience of that voice, and those spirit voices are meant for us to be heard, and to turn it into something where I am the channel for this spirit voice telling all of you what it says, rather than just having all of you talk to that spirit and have
yeah,
your own personal connection, right? That's what the Pope did with Jesus.
yeah,
He basically said, "Hey, I'm channeling Jesus now," just like all these channelers out there. The same thing as wanting to be like their own little popes,
yeah,
and they're like their interpretation. And as we all know, the least accurate thing about a communication with the spirit is your interpretation of what it's saying.
yeah,
The experience is usually quite real,
yeah,
but your interpretation of what it's saying is usually is very susceptible to like your human perspective and what your mind is capable of transmitting, and so you reduce things to a way you can understand it and spew it out like it's gospel when it's not. It's the gospel of the limits. All it really shows, besides occasional insight, which it does,
mhm,
is the limits of your mind,
yeah,
of limits of the channeler's mind. That's
yeah,
the main thing I think it highlights. And you see that when you have channelers who aren't educated, and then they start to receive information or write down information that is supposed to be about this thing, but if you had even taken first year chemistry, you'd know it's not true.
yeah,
But that's their human mind trying to make sense, explain something that the spirit might understand. But if it doesn't have a human mind capable of understanding it, then it comes out garbled
yeah,
like
yeah,
some weird alchemical aphorism. and then you got everyone in Washington, like, chanting Ramtha.
Yeah.
And like, so people who want to follow those gurus, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think there's a stage in the soul's journey where that might be where you're at, and that's often necessary for people who are at a stage who need to learn to go through that Piscean guru stage, which is what the Piscean age represented,
Yeah.
and move into the Aquarian one where you become your own guru, not for other people but for yourself, and pick up your own bag and lug it up the mountain of initiation, which is what we should all be doing. Like,
Yeah.
and that's certainly the idea of the invisible college that we're all supposed to be members of.
Yeah. Yeah. Supposed to be.
The work is great and worthwhile.
Oh, the work is great. Absolutely. Who's doing the work? Who's actually doing the work?
Don't
that's
worry
the
about it.
question.
Don't worry about it.
No,
Just
it's not
shoulder
my
on up the
problem.
mountain. Yeah.
It's not my problem.
And others who realize
But-
that maybe
but
those
you certainly like to tweet about it, But I mean, I'm sorry, I'm busy doing the work. You tweet about it, you talk about it.
well, I
I'm
think there's nothing wrong with people who want to tweet and talk about the work they're doing.
talk about it, but that's all you're doing.
Well,
That's
you're as long as you're still doing it.
but they're not.
It's good to let people know what you're up to, and then people can work together and collaborate, and that's great. Like, I think people,
these aren't forums, baby.
like
You've been off Twitter for too long.
Like my buddy in Ireland said, Frater Demna. I mean, he did a whole thing on how he went to the store and made all the tools for a Golden Dawn initiatory hall. He's a GD adept over there, and he's great. We're gonna have to do a re-interview because the connection was so bad it didn't come across well. But I released it because it was good content, just the audio is garbled a lot of the times. But he did a thing on how cheaply you could build all the temple initiatory tools just out of things you buy at the store and cobble them together. He's like, look, people, go out, you can make your own temple and do the work from the ground up. And will it take you a lot of time and effort? Yeah, but that might be a better solution than to, you'll know when you get there, and people will see when you get there. Just do the actual work and build it yourself. And you initiate yourself through that process. That's a valid way to do it. Like I didn't really know how much of an adept of the grimoire system Ashen Chassan was till I talked to him.
Yeah.
Right. And I really hate the term adept. It's a stupid term, but it's useful to let people know how well someone knows a system.
Yeah.
But the real term is the only term that matters is initiate in the initiatory world, right? Adept would just say of a system. Like, I'm one of the GD system, but that's it. Outside of those waters, I'm wherever I'm at, and that's good. That's a good thing. But the thing that we're initiated into is the mysterion, and our role as initiates is to celebrate the mysterion, the mysteries. That we're not meant to be perfect. We're not meant to be saints. We're meant to be sinners who humbly repent every day and offer up these prayers. And celebrate the mysteries of nature. And that's what we're meant to do. That's the only thing, in a way, we're meant to do.
Yeah.
And not all magicians do that. Some people are like, oh, you don't need to be an initiate to do magic. Of course not. Right. That's not, then you're going and doing whatever you're doing, like making love spells, making money. You can use magic for that. Yeah. That's something different than what initiates are doing. But it's not, there's no value judgment between the two, certainly not. And there's a lot of crossover. They're both very noble endeavors. Yeah.
People should. R.C. He's fantastic.
Yeah, he really is. He's done it. He became an adept through mastering or self-initiating through the grimoire magical tradition, and that's essentially an initiation to adepthood through the working of these planetary beings. Because as you learn to connect with them, you have to master the inner abilities to do that. And he speaks about it very clearly, and it's remarkable. It's great. It's again somewhat comparable to what Damien Eccles did in prison. With using whatever material he could get his hands on. God bless him. These people are showing that this stuff works outside of the traditional structures and strictures that we have presumed it operates under. A lot of people who are critical of our love of the GD or those initiatory traditions, they're just not realizing, hey, like, we've moved beyond that. It's like how the whole critical race theory, social justice warrior fuckers are like, they've just discovered Derrida and they don't know what to do with him, or Foucault, and they don't know how to handle it because they didn't really read it. They just sort of got a couple courses, but like they haven't realized yet that we've moved on. Like there's been a lot of philosophers since then, and academics have moved, a lot of scholars of philosophy has moved on. Yeah. So a lot of the magical world has similarly moved on beyond those structures, and you can do grimoire stuff. There's great chaos magicians and pagans, and British witchcrafts made a huge comeback. All of these, and the Orisha traditions, all of these traditions have fortified and strengthened and come so workable and so alive. Like, what about all the PGM grimoire nut jobs? I love those people. Like, I'm so glad. Well, I just talked to Jack Grail, right? And I'm so glad these people are outlining these systems in ways that we can easily digest them, so that when we're ready to turn our attention to that, we got something we can work, baby. Yeah, I don't have to build my own system, which is,
exactly,
is a very hard skill to learn.
Yeah. No, that's what's
and all that cultural appropriation shit's people nonsense.
That are just dedicated to these different systems. Like, you do the work, put it all together so that I can just breeze through it. It's fantastic.
It's great.
It's fantastic. And that's what's great about the 21st century. There's no like, I don't want to live in Elizabethan England. Thank you very much. These people live in this fantasy world. I'm like,
you could get burned for this shit.
No, I don't want like dysentery. I don't want to be burned at the stake for witchcraft. Thank you very much.
You enjoy soap?
Yeah, I enjoy soap.
Having plumbing.
I mean, the medieval people were very clean. They bathed regularly with soap. Going into Elizabethan England, not so much. Or Tudor England, not so much. Just a qualifier there. But no, I don't. I'm not. I don't want to live in that ancient world. Like, give me my effective magic.
Yeah. Well, I think people are calling that
modern medicine too,
Yeah. Modern medicine.
Yeah. We like modern medicine because it's going to give us 5G computer chips in our bodies, so we're connected 24/7, and I like that idea. So, I don't believe that.
The microchips.
Yeah,
well, I think we're definitely gonna have microchips pretty soon.
Well, by choice.
by choice.
No, like the government's not going to secretly implant us with microchips. They don't need to.
But they'll say you can't travel or go to a concert without it.
We all voluntarily have smartphones. All these people like, I don't know what's in the vaccine. I don't know what's going on. Bitch, you're a fucking cum whore slut. You don't get to complain about I don't know what's in the vaccine. Bitch, you don't know what's in that guy you just railed. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Just, it's magically delicious.
There's some of my friends are like, I don't know what's in the vaccine. I'm like, you don't know what was in you the other day. I don't hear you complaining. You don't know his name. You don't know his phone number. Why are you complaining?
I love it.
Fuck off. Fuck off. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose. You know what I mean?
My mom just got the vaccine. She's okay.
Yeah. So what vaccine did your mom get? Do you know?
Pfizer.
Oh, good. Yeah. So like, fuck off. Like, I hate people so much. I love humanity.
Great first episode of your podcast. Yeah. I hate people so much.
I hate people. I love humanity. I love humanity.
Yeah. Yeah, me
I,
too.
I
Me
I'm
too.
so optimistic about humanity. I just hate people. Like, why
Yeah.
are you like? Why don't you think for yourself? Read a book.
Indeed.
Read a book. 2 plus 2 will always equal 4. So read a book. Read 10 books. Read 5 books that have this opinion. Read 5 books that have the opposite opinion. And then decide what you want to believe. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
if you want to believe that there's a secret society that's going to take over the planet and they need to inject you with a computer chip, that's fine if you want to believe that, but back it up with some proof. Give me some proof.
I'm glad you touched on the
Give me
vaccine, because
give,
now you
give
get
me
the
proof.
warning under your video on YouTube, the vaccine warning.
Give me proof. Like
Yeah.
I'll 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 be your biggest advocate of anti-vaccines. Give me proof. Give me
Uh,
proof.
yeah.
Give
I
me
don't actually
proof.
know anyone who's
You're not,
anti-vaccine.
oh, I'm claustrophobic. I can't wear a mask. Bitch, you're Canadian. You wear a scarf over your head 8 months out of the year. You're not claustrophobic.
Yeah, everyone's wearing masks around here, even alone on the street. I mean, I don't unless I'm in a space that
Okay.
you have to,
This
but
is
everyone's
Canada.
wearing them.
All
Yeah.
of these Canadians were like, "Oh, I can't wear a mask. I'm claustrophobic." They literally spend 6 months of the year with only their eyes visible. Toque down to here, scarf up to here,
Yeah. Yeah,
because
especially we're in the
Canada.
east, for the rest of you guys.
But all of a sudden, they can't wear masks because they're claustrophobic. Uh,
I haven't heard that at all, but
phobic. One of my cousins. I mean, I love all of my family members, but one of my cousins is claustrophobic, and she can't wear a mask.
yeah,
Okay, Thunder Bay.
I haven't heard the claustrophobia thing at all. That's
Uh,
very odd to me.
that's because you guys don't get winter in
Yeah,
BC
yeah, not
the
like you
way
do.
we
Yeah,
do in Ontario when it can
yeah,
get
not at all.
-40 or -50. It can get cold here. It can get really cold here. So we're all like we're bundled up like from here, and all that's visible is our eyeballs. And yet all of these Canadians are claustrophobic and can't wear masks. Meanwhile, they can wear scarves and toques so that just their eyes are visible, but they can't wear masks because they're claustrophobic.
Yeah, no, no, it's a strange battle between.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we know they're actually upset about the trespassing over running roughshod over our freedoms and liberties and stuff like that. That's, you know,
You know what,
that's
bitch?
what's really going
You
on.
have nasty teeth and your breath stinks, so put on your mask. Put on your mask.
Yeah,
I mean, your teeth are jacked up. Your breath stinks. Put on a mask. I mean,
cover
you're
your
doing
mask.
yourself. You'll have a better chance of getting a husband. How about that? Because he won't see the bottom half of your face. How about that? I don't get it. I mean, I get it in the sense that we created a society post World War II where it's just you're focused on you and your family. You know what I mean? You're not focused on society, the village, it's you, your paycheck, your family. So I get it in that sense. Like that's the world we created.
Yeah,
We can't blame anyone but ourselves. Um so when this pandemic comes, all the oh, China created this, China created this. Okay, let's say that yes, China did create this. You're still advocating for no masks, no vaccines. So you work for China. I don't work for China. I'm white, I'm American. Okay, that means you're a useful idiot. You're working for China for free.
Are
Oh,
people
not
actually
me. Not
advocating
me.
to
Not
have
me.
no masks and no vaccines? I don't see that anywhere. Yeah, maybe that's more back east with you guys, but I don't see. There's no. I don't think over here. There's
Not where you are. Not where
no.
you
There's
are.
none of that.
Where I am in the States, it's anti-mask and anti-vax. But yet they're like, oh, China created this.
Yeah,
Well, if China created this, why are you anti-mask and anti-vax? You're because if China created this to kill us all and you're anti-mask and
yeah. The
that
logic's not
that
consistent.
means you work for China.
Yeah, so if you think like even if that if it's contradictory, right? To say I'm not
Just
going to wear a mask because these are just even if you believe the conspiracy that Fauci and Gates are going to just keep manufacturing vaccines out of some secret lab to mess up humanity. If you believe that, you should wear a mask because you're like they're doing this subversive genocide without
yeah,
knowing it, without
yeah,
telling us. If you think that's happening, you should be wearing a hazmat suit
yeah,
outside of your house.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, so but that's because I think that's not what's really going on. It's just people are pissed off
yeah,
because the governments have just don't care anymore. They don't care that we know that they're lying about and just taking all our money and fucking us up the
yeah.
ass. They know that we know that they're doing that we all know everything. It's they're not even hiding it anymore, and we're like, oh well, fuck this.
Well, they
That's
don't
what we're
need to
saying.
hide it
We're like,
anymore
no, they don't.
because
They got us. It's over. It's
their
over, man.
voters will still vote for them because the alternative is a nightmare. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's gotten so decisive. It's
So we may as well prep our souls for the afterlife.
I'm just gonna drink my
Get
wine.
in good with the psychopomps.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna drink my wine, do my magic, roll my
Amen, brother.
roll my candles, and hope for the best. Like,
Yes. Amen.
what
Amen.
can you do? What can you do?
That's probably how we should leave this because I need to make dinner and this has been wonderful and that's a great note to end this on. Like all of this stuff we've talked about, it's like at the end of the day we just keep coming back as magicians full circle to our practice
Yeah,
and doing our practice. I'm working on a lot of cool rituals and stuff that's just super fascinating. Yeah, I'd like to be able to get out of the house and record an album or do some gigs or see my friends. I've seen two. But yeah, and travel and work and live. But until then, we can at least do all this magic and go in depth into these things. And
yeah.
that's why I'm glad you started the LVX Files. I'm super honored to be the first on
The
it
first
and the
debut
first and
episode.
Mulder and Scully would be proud of me. I was a huge X
Absolutely.
Files kid, especially being from Vancouver where they filmed it. Like
Yeah.
when I worked at Starbucks, like Gillian Anderson came in all the time. When I worked at Starbucks, like Jessica Alba was filming Dark Angel, so she was there. I was serving her coffee every day, and so I have a close connection with that X Files, that film community from that time
Fabulous. Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it holds a special place in my heart. That holds the Vancouver film scene at that era. And yeah, I'm really excited that
Awesome.
we've launched this new thing.
Okay.
Who's
So,
the next guest?
okay. So, first of all, before we talk about who's the next guest,
Who are some upcoming guests?
let's talk about where we find you.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Magicwithoutfears.com. And magic's with a K.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the K spelling, but sometimes it's useful to
Mm,
communicate what we're talking about.
yeah.
So magicwithoutfears.com, and you can go to support my podcast there. You can subscribe, get a password from subscribing, and go to a password protected webpage with videos of rituals and interviews, full length, and other treats. And you can really get involved with my teaching on hermeticmysteryschool.com that is got free monthly lectures and then weekly classes if you want to subscribe for only $49 a month. And that's a really great deal to get a lot of original content. You have access to everything on the site once you join that as well. So it's good for people who are self-initiates or solo practitioners. Even a lot of people are, putting things, just, you can grab the lectures piecemeal the classes piecemeal, and that's what a lot of people do. And then they incorporate it into the practice, and then they write to me about all the angels they're talking to, and that's awesome. Like making their own systems out of the building blocks of these things. Once they're understood as building blocks, you can do that. Or and jump on the weekly classes, and that's a lot of fun as well.
And then we can find you on Instagram at
Frater R.C.
Perfect.
Or esoteric ebooks at Instagram. And I get I'll like I get blocked a lot from commenting and banned and stuff because of C.S. Lewis.
You're not the only one.
I'm not controversial at all.
No.
Like,
You're not the only one, but like on Instagram, I can't even say, go to my link in bio. If I write in comments on Instagram, link in bio, it'll get deleted immediately.
Oh, weird.
Marco Visconti was just talking about this on on Twitter. His promotions, like with you, like how you pay for promotional posts and whatnot.
You can, I can't.
Done. And Dana,
so they banned him too.
Dana Newkirk, she's like, I'm going back to TikTok because Facebook and Instagram.
They've come for the magical community. They're
totally after us. I literally can't say.
I don't know why.
Because my website is in my bio, laylokensalmon.com. So I'll be like, these candles are on sale. Link is in bio. If I type link in bio, that post will get deleted. Just gone. Done.
magicwithoutfears.com is banned from Instagram, Facebook. You can't type that URL, and God knows why. Well, I know why. It's just mob flagging.
I can't type your website, magicwithoutfears.com. If I type your website, magicwithoutfears.com, on a post of mine,
it bans it. It gets deleted.
Done.
And so that's okay, whatever. They don't want us, and we don't want Facebook and Instagram, really. We know what they're up to. We talk about the technocracy and stuff, but really it's what it is largely mob flagging by like people within the occult community who are very anti-free speech and expression. Like, any of us who are apparently saying free speech is a conservative thing now, and so it makes us like QAnon Republicans, even though we're just some Canadian NDP voters. Whereas like
we're as left as possible.
But because we also value free speech,
the Democratic Party is like Bernie Sanders left.
Yes, it is, and we're proud members of that.
Like right wing.
We just don't conflate our lives with it. But if you also then throw in free speech, then you're all right. So maybe that's what it is. Who knows? But so please do support and follow us on our actual websites, our actual mailing lists, and support us that way, because I'll never get monetized on YouTube because of none of us, a lot of us, well, even the biggest occult YouTube channels aren't going to make money because there's just not, the niche is too small. You can run social blade apps on and look at Danatrell or Foolish Fish, and they're not breaking like more than 500, 600 a month or $1,000 a month tops for 40, 50,000 views per video. And so that's not a good place. That's why podcasting is a great place for occultists to stay. Because it keeps you off the YouTube radar of being mass banned across all platforms, as podcasting still sort of gets a lot of liberties, and it should, because we're still we have the right to speak our minds, and that's that.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is probably, no, I'm not going to say probably. This is definitely the most political my podcast is going to get, because anytime I talk to Frater R.C, we start talking about politics.
A little bit. It's interesting
And
because we're both Canadian, which
yeah,
is not so common.
yeah. And we start talking about politics and the most important person in the world, which is the Queen of England,
The Queen of England. All hail the
who is
Queen of
not a
England.
reptilian.
She is not a
Um,
reptilian
yeah,
or a pedophile.
yeah.
She is
She's
yeah.
the most important person in the world.
And she
Um,
should reach out to this podcast, monetize it personally with a direct phone call to
and
Sean.
invite me for tea. Um, yeah.
Actually, when
So
my grandmother turns 100 next year, Elizabeth, if you're listening to us, don't call my grandma, Geraldine Houghton, call Sean, Lalo Kinzawan. So CSIS is listening. CSIS is listening, of course. I mean, that's what we pay them for. I mean,
yeah,
we pay for CSIS to listen to us. If they're not, get your donuts out of your mouths, guys.
I would be disappointed if CSIS isn't listening right now.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd be seriously disappointed.
What else are they going to do sitting around eating Timmy Ho-Hos?
Well, killing indigenous people, obviously. Because
Oh, yeah. We got to.
what we
Sorry,
do.
we didn't talk about the urgent importance of us as colonizers to wipe out the indigenous population. We should get to that next time. I'll get some wine and we'll have a proper talk on how, as white men, we can eradicate the indigenous people. Do you think that might get flagged as non? Yeah, see, the internet has no sense of humor. You can't deadpan.
The
So that'll
internet,
probably get flagged for harassment.
yeah, the internet has
No.
no sense of humor, and that's why I was.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, that's why I was a little cagey about talking about Quebec, because I'm like, okay, literally Quebec is French from France colonizers of North America complaining about being colonized
No,
by
yeah,
British. And that's
Yeah.
why we have to pretend that the province of Quebec is a nation.
it
Because
goes all the way back to Wolfe and Montcalm.
it's just
Didn't you see Last of the Mohicans?
okay. Us white people are the worst. We're the worst. We are the worst. Like, we're the colonizers complaining about being colonized. We're the worst. Like,
Yeah.
don't listen to anything
Yeah.
a person has to say ever. Ever.
Yeah.
Because we're dumb. We're dumb. Anyways.
You hear that, America? You heard it here from Canadians themselves. We don't know what we're talking about.
That's right. A boot. We're
Yeah.
We're oot in a boot, and we know what
Oot in a boot.
Yeah.
Oot in a boot.
We're oot in a boot. Okay, bitch.
Come here now.
We're done.
All right.
So
this was wonderful.
This was wonderful. I always love talking to you. Like I said,
you are wonderful.
You're seriously one of my most favorite people in the entire world. So we're gonna go to magicwithoutfears.com because we're gonna listen to the podcast.
Yeah, and subscribe. It's just like a couple bucks a month. It really helps.
Yeah. We're going to go to hermeticmysteryschool.com because
you can join that for free. And you can join that for free and drop in on monthly lectures whenever you want.
Yeah, we're gonna follow you on Instagram at Frater R.C. and at Esoteric Ebooks.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I mean, it's better to go to YouTube and join me there, but probably, but again, all that stuff is can get shut down at any time.
Yeah,
I'm sure my Facebook will again. And you can't even go directly to Frater R.C. at YouTube because I don't have enough followers, and and once I get enough, they'll probably just demonetize it or cancel the account anyways. They're happy to just take that stuff off all at once in these days. So it's actually, the more stuff I put on it, every time I put a new thing on it, I'm in danger of it being erased. So that's funny. That's odd. It's like, so the more you talk and produce content, the more likely you are to incur the wrath of trolls, algorithms, and haters who just want to say nasty shit. Yeah, cancel you. Cancel. You're canceled.
Done.
You're canceled. You're canceled.
Done. Okay, bitch.
Motherfucker. Love you
for coming. You're my first guest here.
I love it. I'm so happy to pop your cherry.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't even hurt.
You love it, girl. You love it.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
I'm gonna stop this recording.
Peace and love, brother.
Love
Yeah,
you.
stop it.
Okay.